Tuesday, November 10th, 2020, Town Council Committee of the Whole meeting. All councilors are present. Calendar and communications. We will start with Councilor Bumgardner, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Today I walked the coastal access in Mystic with Dick Fitzgerald. Was very happy to see that a sign that was previously missing that was posted a few years back has since been put back up by the town. So just want to thank Public Works for doing that. And certainly looking forward to the discussion today with Attorney Callahan regarding Mr. Coastal Public Access. Additionally, I'd just like to acknowledge specifically the work of Paige Bronk. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Bronk is the essentially our conduit to the state for all things COVID related, and the town received $150,000 from the state government. The state government served as a pass-through for Federal CARES Act funds, and Groton received $150,000 as a grant for protective PPE, including face masks, gloves, protective clothing, plexiglass, and plastic sheeting to provide isolation and critical barriers throughout the town. If I'm not mistaken, for that specific grant program, we were the only town to apply for funds for a comprehensive solution to the COVID pandemic. And so just to, again, want to give a big shout out to Paige and John and the rest of our economic development team and our COVID response team and our town manager for their work on this, because again, this is $150,000 that the town will not have to directly expend because we're getting that money directly from the federal government through the state. So again, thank you, Paige and team. And with that, nothing further. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Parker.
Nothing to add. Thank you.
Councilor Franco.
Hi, thank you. I had attended the Rules Committee on October 29th. I would like to send my condolences to the residents that passed away from COVID. In one day, we had 5 residents that passed away in one day here in Groton. I cannot stress enough the precautions that should be taken and how concerned I am about our community and that we're in the red and what we should be doing to protect ourselves. And everybody just please stay safe and healthy. I had a question for Mr. Burt, and maybe I'll just wait and ask him that during when he has his time to speak. And also, we received a letter from Chief Pizarro regarding a post that was put up on social media regarding our police department and also Walmart. And after reviewing all the information that was sent to us and in full detail, that there was a full investigation that was notated by the chief. It doesn't seem as though, I mean, our police officers were not involved in that situation. And unfortunately, they were made to look poorly in the light of our community. And I think it was unnecessary, it was unfounded and unnecessary that they had to take such criticism when they weren't involved. And we also received a letter from the Town of Groton Police Union, the AFSCME, which related to the same topic regarding our council and the safety committee. So I'd like to acknowledge those and thank you for sending them in. Thank you.
Councilor Heede.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also received the notices that Councilor Franco received. And other than that, I have nothing else to report. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Burt, could you please check on the attendee listed as Galaxy Tab A8? I'm not sure who that is. All right, we're going to go on with Councilor Communications. We have Councilor Obrey next, please.
I would just like to reiterate what Rachael was saying. I stand behind our police force completely. I think they do an excellent job, and I'm very sorry when things like that happen. I'm sorry when somebody that's in a Zoom meeting drops something with no explanation. And I apologize for that happening, not on my part, but on somebody else's. I was part of a restock group this weekend. We were restocking the food pantries. It was super successful, a lot of fun to do. And I think that's about what I have to share tonight.
Councilor Bordelon.
Thank you. So in reference to the report that was brought out, and as some people have stated here, my response that I had stated last Tuesday had nothing to do, never once did I say police. I still have yet to see a full investigation. I saw a memo. So if there is truly an investigation that happened, I would like to see the investigation reports of the incident versus just the memo. With that being said, I'm in full support of the police. My question regarding it had nothing to do with any of the police involvement. My comment, if you go and watch the tape back, states clearly that I was asking, hoping that the child would return their scarf, in questioning the validity, and said that there's probably more to the situation. So once again, my question has nothing to do with the concern that our police are not doing their job or questioning that. So some of the things that were stated here are, I feel, a direct target and invalid. I think I have every right as a counselor in relation to our community to ask pointed questions in relation to that. And so if we're going to fully disclose everything, we should just fully disclose all correspondences that come to us. With that, I think there's more to the story to this. I think there should be more due diligence done on this. With that, I would like to make a referral to the safety committee in regards to this incident. And I also believe that if there's actual an investigation that was done, I think that we should actually have that information in regards to that. The information that we received was a memo and information from, as Councilor Franco so nicely stated, from the union. But once again, the question at the time was simply merely an inquiry question and concern for community involvement in our town. So with that, I would appreciate, and I would, as you constantly keep stating that you're so for the police and other counselors are attacking the police or calling them out to say things that they didn't do. That's not the case. By simply asking doesn't mean that there's a distrust in the police department. It's a mere question. So with that, I also have attended, the Fields Task Force. They had a presentation in regards to, on Thursday, in regards to looking at ways to improve our fields in our town. And I will ask some more questions to the town manager when that becomes available. Thank you.
I would ask all counselors to please treat other counselors and staff under the rules of decorum.
I agree with
Councilor
you.
Mendez, please.
Nothing to report.
Thank you. And Councilor Zeppieri.
I have nothing to report, but I would reiterate some of the other counselors' comments and agree with them that we have an excellent police department. They are well-trained. They know what they're doing. They are sensitive to the time that we live in. I think they deserve our support and our appreciation. I'm afraid that with some of the criticism that's going on against police, we stand to lose a lot of good police officers. who just say, well, it's not worth it anymore. I would like them to stay energetic and involved with their profession. And I think that we should do everything we can to encourage them.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention a couple of things. Tomorrow, first of all, is Veterans Day, and I would urge all of you in the community to take a moment and reflect on the sacrifice that your fellow men and women in the community have made on our behalf, and to take some small step to honor them, whether it be visiting a memorial or having a conversation with a local veteran, maybe one of your family members, maybe a neighbor. Something like that is meaningful and appropriate for this day, November 11th. We have the Conservation Commission has prepared their open space plan, and they will be presenting that on November 30th at 5 o'clock. And if you haven't already received it, it will be sent to you, and it will be available for the public as well. If it's not already up on the website, it will be. And there will be notices made about the presentation of the plan and the opportunity for the community to offer their input. I am asking consensus for a couple of items, councilors, please. Small Business Saturday is later in the month, and I've received a request to have a proclamation written, but I want to make sure that all of the council, or a majority of the council, is comfortable with that. And if you are comfortable with that, then I will request a proclamation from the clerk's office. So is there any objection to my requesting a proclamation for Small Business Saturday? Councilor Obrey, are you objecting?
No, I have a question when it's appropriate.
Okay. Is it on this particular topic?
Yes, it is.
Okay, go ahead.
Where are we going to be presenting it?
It would be just something that would be read into the record at our closest meeting, and then they, the organization uses it in their promotional materials. So it's something that they use to help publicize the occasion for the public.
I think it would be good if each one of us went downtown and visited a business that day. Thank you.
Indeed, indeed. So is there any objection to my requesting a proclamation?
I'll join you, Councilor Obrey.
Councilor Franco, do you object?
I don't object. I just have a question. If we should be doing this under communication, or should we be doing this under a different part of our agenda? That's all.
This is communications, because this is something that I received and I'm sharing it with all of you. And I need to just find out where you want to go with this.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm not seeing any objection to that. All right, and I'm going to hold off on the other item until later. I just want to make a general note to the public, because we have received communications from the public regarding process. How the town council works is that we are a body called the town council. The town council has a committee of the whole, which is what you're watching tonight. We also have a couple of smaller committees. Anything that takes place in the smaller committees, whether it be rules and procedures, personnel appointments, or public safety, goes to our committee of the whole, where it's discussed openly, publicly. And then from there, it also needs to go to our regular town council meeting. Items discussed in committee only are enacted in the town council meeting. So if a committee decides they want to do something, that item that they're recommending to the committee of the whole then gets fully fleshed out, publicly fleshed out. It then moves on. If it makes it through that committee of the whole, it moves then to the town council. At that point, there is public comment, citizens petitions. Okay, so if you're paying attention to something out there and you're very interested in what a certain subcommittee is doing, I urge you to follow the process And you'll have a chance to listen to further discussion at Committee of the Whole. And then you will actually have a chance at Town Council to come and speak to us publicly and publicly voice your concerns. Okay, so that's just a quick little rundown, because I know we've been getting inquiries about the way things are going and how things play out. So, all right, and I'm done. Mr. Burt, did you have anything you wanted to add at this point, sir?
Just wanted to mention, let me turn my camera on 1 second. Just wanted to mention that with the Walmart thing, that was not an official investigation because we had nothing to do with it. They went and got the only because people mentioned the police, they went and got the camera footage at Walmart to verify our police were not involved and to see what happened with the scarf. And then LJ just summarized it and also interviewed the security guards there, but it's not an investigation. We had nothing to do with it. We're not going to investigate. Other than that, you had asked me earlier to, before the meeting, to update on, let me pull it up.
The communication.
We had, Mr. 66 Prospect Hill Road. I think I went to the whole council I'm not sure if it did or not, but some of us at least received, did that go to the whole council? Anyways, a property owner at 66 Prospect Hill had asked about having a tree on our property there at former No Ink Garden, former school, either cut back because there's a tree close to the house or removed. We did go out there. The tree warden went out, they tagged it, and should be in the next week. It should be removed. He was satisfied with that, and I think that's closed. And that's what I have.
Okay, thank you very much. So we are on to approval of minutes. Councilor Bumgardner, this is on page 2 of your
I wanted
packet.
to ask a
I had
question.
questions for them, town manager, please. Thanks.
I'm sorry, I can't hear if everybody's talking at once. Councilor Franco, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yes, I had a question for the town manager. When we had the representative from Stonington here, Mr. O'Brien said he would share the budget numbers related to the North Stonington Bridge with us. Have we received that information?
I've not received anything. I will. Which numbers was that in terms of, we know what the total cost of the project is. Which ones was he supposed to get?
He was going to send the last 5 years of their budgets because
With a budget, got it.
They had funded it and there was some kind of question regarding that.
Yeah, I'll get that.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Can I ask a question?
Councilor Bordelon also had her hand up.
Okay.
Then we'll go to Councilor Obrey.
Thank you. Once again, John, town manager, when you had reached out to me in regards to my comments that I had made on the night as I rewatched the tape from that night, again, I restate that I never said anything about the police, that the police had any involvement. Actually, my concern, if you look at the NAACP's website, was more of the concern with the Walmart and the handling and possibly being wrongly identified over the scarf. So I do not appreciate the comments that are made because
I wasn't just referencing to that.
Okay.
I wasn't referencing that. I was referencing online comments
Okay.
where they specifically said stuff about the police. Before
Okay,
last week's meeting, we were already looking into it.
Right, and I don't have any online comments to do with the police at all.
Thank you.
No,
We're
I'm-
not going to argue with each other
I'm
tonight.
not saying anything about you.
Manager, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
So my question is, if the police were not involved, then there's no investigation, the memo is put forward. And I think in the future, if something like this was to happen, it would be important to maybe let the town council know ahead of time. I mean, the first encounter I had with this was yesterday around 1, and then the thing from the union that Councilor Franco spoke of around almost 9 o'clock. But before that, I was never really aware of the incident in the velocity in which there was even accusations against the police department. So once again, I was speaking towards just the incident as a whole, and with a small child being involved, nothing to do with the police department, more to do with how the child being in this store and how all the stuff came to be. And I had also did state that I'm sure there's more to the story. So I just would appreciate the same respect back. Thank you.
Did you have a question, Councilor Bordelon?
But my question is it a closed deal? There's nothing further to report on this because I'd like more information to come to the safety committee.
There's nothing more we have to report, and we're not going to be doing an investigation. And again, I was not referring to in any way, shape, or form in my comments.
Thank you. Councilor Obrey.
Yes, I was just wondering, Manager Burt, if we could in the future, maybe at our next meeting, have a little bit more conversation about the salt situation. I've read your notes and I have a few questions but I would rather say to you, I have some questions and then we could discuss it at another time.
If you want to, Greg, I don't think has any business next time before the council. If you want to email me questions, then I can get them to you and then we can add it to a agenda later. That'd be fine. And by the way, I do apologize for not reaching out to everyone on the Walmart situation. I had some council members that reached out to me as soon as they saw the other comments out on Facebook. And, in the future, I'll try to remember to let everyone know. But same thing, if you hear anything involving potentially police, please contact me and we'll look into it.
Thank you. Councilor Franco, is your hand still up or is this a new one? I'm sorry, I wasn't.
Yes, it's a new one.
Thank you.
I would just like to clarify, I apologize, I used the wrong word. Maybe investigation wasn't the correct word. Maybe they researched it after notification of what was out there in the community that was being shared in our community. I believe I was one of the people that had contacted Mr. Burt and shared it with him to say and asked what was happening with this situation. And so I apologize for using the word investigation. Maybe researched is a better word and reported back. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Bumgardner, we're on to item number 4, approval of minutes, please. This is on page 2 in your packet.
Absolutely. I will make a motion to approve the October 27th Committee of the Whole meeting minutes. Moved.
Second, Heede.
Moved by Bumgardner and seconded by Heede. And let's go to the minutes. All right, is there any discussion on the minutes? Councilor Franco.
On Rachel.
Sorry, I have a lot of notes written today. I don't have the page numbers, but I'm sorry. It's, I guess, section 4, where it is approval of minutes 4A. And a notation was made where Councilor Franco mentioned that Mayor Granatosky did not make a motion in other business portion of the meeting of the minutes. And Mayor Granatosky confirmed that she did. So when we were discussing this, I believe it was stated that Lisa would look into it and see, because we had actually adjourned in the middle of business and we didn't go to the end. So that, I don't know if that's been corrected. And I don't know why that is written that way, because I don't. And then it is on 5B. And it is 5B, the third paragraph down. I think it's the last sentence. And I wasn't asking for them to come out and suggested helping with business tax assistance. I was asking for them to help with application assistance, similar to the tax assistance that's provided to residents in our town. But this was for application assistance for a lot of the funding that's available to businesses. I think that's it. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no hands, all those in favor of 2020-770, please say aye.
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 Any
Aye.
opposed? Any abstentions? So moved unanimously. We are on to new business and we are on Councilor Parker, 5A 2020-6081 coastal access at Fort Rachael.
I
And-
believe there's no motion to be made.
Oh, hold on a second. You're right. Thank you very much. I was so busy getting to my papers. Thank you, Councilor Parker. We'll come to you for the next one. So this begins on page 12 of your packet, please. If everybody could get to page 12. And we have Attorney Callahan with us this evening, who is going to walk us through some information, but Mr. Burt has something. I believe, Mr. Burt, you said you had something you came across today that you wanted to share before we had Attorney Callahan's presentation. Is that correct? Or did you want to talk after?
Correct, yeah.
Attorney Callahan?
Yeah, something really, really brief, if I could.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen. Can you see the map on there right now? Oops. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Okay, I noticed I wasn't hearing anything. I just want to point out, if you just how complicated some of these things are. That Steamboat Wharf one, where that fence sign, the town actually, if you could see my cursor there, only has an easement down to that fence. It's the state that has a. They issued a certificate of permission for public that required public access there, and they required a sign. They had a sign requirement with that permission that included the developers actually the ones supposed to maintain signage. It's up to them on location. Ours, in our easement, we don't have any particular rights on signage. However, by taking our time and asking the owner to work with us, they did allow us to put that sign back up. And for some reason, we didn't have in our records that there ever had been one, but they worked with us and agreed to let us put a sign back up. So a lot of times, if you take your time and work with the owner, it works out much better than trying to push our way in up front. So it's always good to work through every, casual effort first to get cooperation. So, and here is the, and actually you can see here, our easement's just that yellow line to the fence line there.
Mr. Berg,
The
could
rest
you
is
enlarge
state.
that slightly? It's so it would fill the page a little more. I think it'd be easier. Thank you. That's great. If you can, that's great. Thank you.
Right there's the fence. Our easement goes to here, whereas the state covers ours and goes all the way down to so it's just every one of these sections has nuances to it, and you have to check through all the records each time you do something. Certain ones we have rights to put signs up, others we don't. Sometimes we can have the sign at a particular spot, sometimes we have leeway. So each time we have to take our time and really look at these. So we never rush to do anything, and usually it pays off by taking our time and doing it right. I just wanted to point that out. And I'm gonna, oops.
Thank you.
Okay.
So then I'm not sure if we're going to go straight to Attorney Callahan and he's going to provide the overview, or if you wanted to provide
Yes.
the overview of what we're doing. Attorney Callahan, you have the floor, sir.
I think I was muted. Could everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay. This is Attorney Eric Callahan, and my law firm, Sussman Shapiro, was asked to analyze whether there are any express rights to public coastal access over the property located at 44 Water Street in Mystic. And this is the property commonly known as Fort Rachael Marine. And for those unfamiliar with it, the property is located to the immediate south of the publicly traveled portion of Water Street where it curves into Fort Rachael Place. In our research, we found that there is deeded public coastal access rights over a limited portion of the property, which is defined in an easement recorded in 1992 at volume 548, page 840 of the Groton Land Records. The deeded coastal access is limited. It does not extend across the entire property. It does not extend to the railroad tracks at the southern boundary of the property. In addition to analyzing whether there was deeded coastal access at the property, we also analyzed whether there was a public highway that existed going across the property. There are deeds within the chain of title that vaguely reference a so-called highway running north and south across the property. but those references do not confirm the root or origin of that encumbrance, the purpose, scope, dimensions, or location of the so-called highway. They also do not call the highway a public highway. It is our understanding that certain individuals have argued to the town that because a highway is referenced in the chain of title, the reference must mean it's a public highway, which would allow individuals to cross through the property to essentially gain greater coastal access than what the 1992 easement would allow. So what we did is we researched the land records, and based on a thorough review, it appears that just prior to the Civil War, the selectmen of the town sought to lay out a highway across the property to the railroad tracks. But it's not clear that that highway was ever formally accepted, constructed, or used as such. There's conflicting information. There are maps or information about the property prepared by persons other than the town, which suggests that a road might have existed in the late 1800s or early 1900s. There are also references, however, within the chain of title that date back to the late 1800s that make reference to a private right-of-way. We also consulted with Public Works in Groton, who would have an obligation to maintain any public roads, any town roads, I should say. And Public Works does not maintain or consider there to be a town road on this property, nor does it receive any state aid to maintain a road on this property. In 1988, the Groton Representative Town Meeting, RTM, established a task force on unapproved roads in Groton. And in the task force's final report in 1989, Water Street was designated as an inactive road. And it's our understanding that the task force concluded Water Street was either a paper street or a private drive, which was not accepted by the town as any sort of public road. So there are indicia for and against the finding that a road might have existed at one time on this property through possible implied use or acceptance. And so for those reasons, given the conflicting information, we cannot render a formal title opinion as to whether there was any sort of public highway crossing this property. So if the town or the property owner desired some sort of definitive answer to answer the question of whether a public road existed at this property, it would need to be resolved through court intervention in some sort of declaratory judgment or quiet title action. In that court action, an argument could also be pursued and decided by the court as to whether, if there were any such rights, whether they were abandoned. If such a lawsuit was pursued, in my opinion, it would be timely and expensive to resolve. And given the conflicting information about this purported highway, any resolution may not be resolved in favor of finding such a public highway. Moreover, if a public road was determined to exist, it does not necessarily mean that the location of that road would improve coastal access above and beyond what currently exists at the property. And, another alternative to court to avoid ambiguity, the town also has the ability under a statute, Connecticut Statute 13A49, to formally discontinue the road, which would clearly cut off any public rights, but would not impact any private ingress and egress that may have existed. So the bottom line is we thoroughly researched this issue. There is deeded coastal access to a limited point, and the reference to the highway in the deeds presented a lot of conflicting information that would have to be resolved through court intervention.
Thank you, Mr. Callahan. Before we go on, thank you, Mr. Burt, for displaying this. If you could just back out a touch so that you could show the public where current access is. And I believe the gazebo is just, would be north of there.
It's
Or you could just
somewhere,
drag the map.
somewhere right around there.
Okay,
And there is signage up that the public can use that gazebo.
okay, so the public, so then the coastal access that exists now goes to where your, can you put your, okay, goes to where your cursor is
Around here,
now.
yeah.
Okay, great. And so then the paper road or the road that's in question, we don't know if it exists or doesn't exist based on the attorney's research, would take us where then? Can you just
There's
kind
no
of say-
definitive location. By the way, you can see where Google just labeled that, but it's not, doesn't mean anything. You know, it could be anywhere through here, you know, could, like Google shows, you know, coming through here. It could be, you know, something over here. We don't know. It would have to be a, you know, until you go through the court action, you don't know.
So then
And I'm
the,
not sure you can even prove the location.
right, and you have, can you just explain, use your cursor and show where the Amtrak, the railroad tracks are for the public looking at home, please? Right, all along there is
Right
the
through here.
Amtrak. Okay, great. And I'm trying to think what else we need to point out. And then the property to the left that borders on the cove, I'm assuming that's not property that is part of Fort Rachel? Not part of the marina?
That's
Okay.
my understanding, but if anyone knows otherwise, please correct me, Eric or John or Deb.
Okay, so, all right, thank you for clarifying that. And I'm not sure if it's beneficial to leave that up or not. It's, we can certainly go to council discussion now and council questions. And then if necessary, we can come back to the map. But I think it was very helpful for us to be able to visualize that. Thank you so much.
Okay.
All right,
Yeah.
so,
Okay, I'll take it down.
okay. Thank you. Makes it easier to see hands, otherwise I have to scroll. Okay, so that's what I wanted to make sure that everybody knew where the public access was currently and where the railroad tracks were. And now we'll open it up for council questions or discussion. Councilor Bumgardner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Attorney Callahan, for your very comprehensive research on this item. And I know we've discussed it several times over the last few years, and I think we're getting closer and closer to resolution, which I think many in the public certainly appreciate. I do have a question as it relates to the last time we discussed this matter. There was an executive session. You can recall I had voted against going into executive session, in large part because this is an item that, and I believe Councilor Bordelon also voted against going into executive session. As you can recall, this was an item that has elicited a lot of reaction from the public, and they would certainly like to seek some resolution. Considering that we don't have any draft motion on the table, can I again clarify and ask why is it that we needed to discuss these matters in executive session as opposed to discussing exactly what we're discussing right now?
So this is Eric
I'm gonna let Eric do it.
So this is Eric Callahan. What the town asked from me was for a legal opinion, which is confidential. And, you know, part of the discussion I had in the executive session was to explain, without really divulging any real confidential information, it was what the conclusions of my opinion were and what the town's rights or potential options would be. And so I always like to have that discussion in a confidential manner before having an open discussion, which is essentially what we're doing now.
Now, according to the May 19th, 1987 approved site plan, coastal area management site plan, which is what they consider the deep designated coastal access plan, the public has the right to pass and repass over this property. So what you're essentially saying is the public access at Fort Rachael goes as far back as where the gazebo is, correct?
That's right.
Okay, and anything further would any further access would have to come from essentially a litigation or coming before a judge to have that access clarified, correct? Or have that what is designated as coastal public access clarified, correct?
Well, so yeah, just so I'm clear, my opinion is that the coastal access is clearly defined by the easement. It's the question of whether there's this highway that would be another way of going about public access on this property that would need to be defined by a court. The other alternative would be if you could reach an agreement with the property owner to have, some sort of increased easement or something like that. That's another alternative, which would not require court intervention.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, at the end of Water Street, isn't there a privately owned home?
I'm not sure specifically where you're referring to. I don't know.
Mr. Manager, can you put that map back up,
Yep.
please?
Give me 1 sec.
Thank you.
Oh. Talking about right here, I believe, right?
There, yes, right there. Yep. So,
I'm sorry, can you say that again, please? I didn't hear the conversation between Councilor Bumgardner and the manager.
my question is, isn't there a privately owned home, a completely unrelated to Fort Rachael Marina there?
And is that what the manager has the cursor on right now?
Yes.
Okay, that's the property I was asking about earlier. That was part of the marina or something separate.
It is not. It's privately owned.
I apologize because I called in by phone, so I don't have the map in front of me that you're looking at. But if you bear with me 1 second.
And just, I asked that because, again, the only way to get there would be from Water Street, right? So that, does Water Street function as a private driveway? So do they, does that home have an easement through private property? It's just, so the only thing that would explain that is that the right-of-way would be given by the fact that there would be a street or paper street that has never been clearly codified by whatever task force or body that was responsible for deciding what town roads are.
So my notes reflect that if it's 64 Water Street that you're referring to, the property in the back of, okay. So there was an affidavit filed by the property owner in the 70s, which made reference to the fact that her late husband could remember back to 1992 that there had been some roadway or highway that was leading to their property, which was their only means of access, ingress and egress. But after that affidavit was filed on the land records, they received a private right-of-way granted to them to get to their property.
And who granted that? What body by Groton granted that?
It wasn't Groton. It was a private arrangement between that property owner and the neighbor. I believe it was the property we're talking about right now. But I think that private right-of-way is recorded at volume 659, page 378 of the land records.
Including the affidavit? Is that
the affidavit? The affidavit is recorded at volume 253, page 36 of the land records.
And just to be clear, what does that affidavit say again?
The affidavit was just something that an individual named Ruth Chapman on November 20th, 1970, was the then owner of 64 Water Street, which is to the immediate west of the property that we're talking about, of the Fort Rachael Marine property that we're talking about. And she signed an affidavit that said that her late husband, who had resided at the 64 Water Street property dating back to 1992, could remember that there was a roadway or highway, sometimes known as Water Street, leading to the property, which was their only mean of access. And it was as if she was putting something on the land records to preserve some sort of access right over the Fort Rachael Marine property. It wasn't called that at the time.
So it was essentially a deed restriction.
Well, it seemed like she was trying to make it known to the world on the public records that she was claiming some access rights. And then what happened, as I could tell, in volume 659, page 378, there was an actual private easement granted to her to allow for both vehicular, pedestrian access and utility access to her property. So notwithstanding the fact that she claimed that there was this right that she had going back to 1922, she worked out a private solution to that claim where she was granted an easement by I believe it was the predecessor of the Fort Rachael Marine property.
And I do want to be conscious of time because I'm sure other councilors have questions. But I do understand that where the gazebo currently sits, there used to be a home that was subsequently moved back to to a location. If you pull back up the map one more time, Mr. Burt, I apologize.
One sec.
What used to be a home that was at the gazebo right on the water had subsequently was moved back to within that immediate neighborhood. I apologize. There we go. So see the home. So right at Fort Rachael Place. Back,
Here?
yes, the home was moved back there, and originally it was right at the gazebo location. And I thought that when they moved the home, that where the property was, the transfer was conditioned on that they must preserve coastal access there. And so, while we were stating that the gazebo, they had put up signs where the gazebo was technically, that is what is absolutely without doubt coastal access. What is in dispute, in which we are trying to resolve, obviously, is to what extent that coastal access goes all the way to the railroad tracks. Now, what I was pointing to was the home to the left there at the end of the railroad tracks. And I just want to clarify whether or not that, what I had viewed as the home with the deed restriction that had been moved, that where, again, coastal access was granted, were conditioned, is a separate case from obviously the home at the end. And my question is, the home at the end, clearly it seems to be there. I mean, the only way to get to that home is going through what would be Water Street, right? So, and so, is it a road or isn't? And I hear you, and I again appreciate your work on this, but in light of that, and I understand it would be costly to bring this to court, but is there any, can we work with the property owner to at least, clearly define those lines so that, and I'm just looking by the railroad tracks, there's no reason long-term why the town couldn't say, hey, can we set up a vista so that people can overlook the water on the other side? And what you're looking at from the railroad tracks all the way to the bridge is amazing coastal access. I know we got some issues, with some of the condos here and there, but it's something that has to be preserved for generations. And so even in the case where, who's to say that, 20 years from now, the marina will still be a marina. Perhaps somebody will come to town and want to build condos there. What happens next? What are we in a position to ensure to the public that if, that public access will be granted in the future. You know, once upon a time, there wasn't a powerhouse condos, right? And that, you know, and those condos were built after the coastal access was established. So I'm just asking this because I want to be proactive. I think we can obviously work with property owners, and I give obviously a lot of credit to, you know, our town staff for you know, trying to find a solution to these problems. But I think we just need to clearly define again what is coastal access before, you know, we start talking about any future plans for coastal access or buying signage or not. We really need to clearly define where people can go, because even, you know, in going there today, certainly the signs guide you, but, you know, I feel like I'm pretty knowledgeable of the situation, but it's not intuitive to me where I can or cannot walk to. So, and that's what I think we all want to achieve. You know, we want to make sure that there's clearly defined, you know, areas that people can visit, and that people aren't, you know, put in a position where they may be stepping on private property or being at private property, and then the police department's called. So, you know, or people are complaining that people are, you know, on their private property. We don't want that. We want to respect people's property rights, but we also want to afford people coastal access. And I certainly think, you know, every councilor, you know, would agree on that. So I'm sorry for hogging the airtime on this. It's something I care about. You know, I'll leave it at that. And again, thank you, Attorney Callahan.
Thank you, Councilor Bumgardner. We have Councilors Heede and Bordelon in the queue. Councilor Heede, you have the floor.
Thanks. And thank you to the Attorney Callahan for all his good work on this. It's interesting to see that map and see that what we're talking about, I'm thinking, is about 100 feet down from that house, from that building down to the train tracks, and then maybe 50 or 100 feet along the tracks. And I don't think I would support costly and lengthy legal action, but it sounds like working with a property owner might be a good thing, a good way to go forward if that hasn't already been done. But the other thing that strikes me when I'm looking at this, at the picture that was just up, the photograph from the sky looking right down, is there are a lot of boats down there. And I'm not sure where coastal access would be that would actually afford you a view, because these boats are like 30, 40 feet high, right? And you'd be walking, they're packed in there like sardines. So I don't know, Mr. Burt, what do you think would happen?
Restate the last part again. I was listening, but I missed the question.
It just seems like there are a lot of boats. So if you got coastal access down there, what would the end game be? Would it be to clear out some of the boats so that you could do like an observation deck? How would you walk?
I don't think they'll clear out boats, but I do think at the railroad. I know Don Reiner, Mr. Reiner had spoke with the owner recently. I think that a lot of people, or some people, do walk across to the railroad tracks now. They don't prohibit people from doing that. You know, so, you know, maybe something could be, you know, benches or something, some sort of area along the railroad track. But what I don't think they'll do is, I'm not sure they're going to give up permanent rights without, you know, a legal action. You know, I think maybe they'd work with us for, you know, to allow it. But in terms of getting a permanent easement, which I think is what Councilor Bumgardner would be interested in, I think it'd probably be legal action, unless they were willing to allow us to buy an easement. But barring that, I think we could work out something, maybe though, just for permission to have something there potentially at the railroad tracks. You're right, it's hard to see along those boats, but I think at the railroad track you can see some. Councilor Bumgardner, you were just there. You know, can you say how the view is at the railroad tracks there?
It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. Not for nothing, but even by the gazebo, you have boats right there, right next to the gazebo, that are, you know, obviously out of the water and being winterized. So there's boats everywhere. But once you're there, you can, I mean, it is intuitive what is coastal access, if there's a sign, of course. And so as long as you follow the signs, I think it's pretty simple and straightforward. The thing is, signs are going missing and being stolen. And
Councilor Bumgardner, we have other councilors who have been waiting patiently to speak.
I apologize.
That's okay. Councilor Heede, were you all set, or should I go on, or do you have other questions, sir?
Oh yeah, that's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so we have Councilor Bordelon and then Councilor Franco.
Thank you. Thank you for everyone involved in doing your research on this matter. I know there's a lot of different people that are very interested in it. So I do appreciate all the time and effort that you're putting into it. In reference to it, what year did this become Fort Rachael?
I think that area historically been called that, but this company, so you can tell there's a marina has been there since at least 1970, maybe shortly before that, but at least by 1970. This group bought it 10 years ago in 2010.
Okay, and what year is the house at the very end down there? That's at the furthest point.
I don't know. I don't know if Mr. Callahan has that.
The reason I asked because he said something about looking at deeds and rights from the husband and all that, so I was wondering.
Yeah, the only thing I don't know when the house was built, but the reference that the person made in the affidavit was that her husband who lived there could remember back to 1922. So that's all the information I have about dates.
Right. So roughly, I mean, looking at 1922, and roughly this marina was 1970. It's like what came first? I mean, really, what was there prior to 1970?
It's hard to tell because the old area, actually, if you don't mind, I'll pull up. Can I share the screen again, Mayor? Let me just give me 1 second, please.
It's most helpful to have the visual. Thank you.
I want to do a different, there's a different one I'm going to pull up, so if I can find it.
Because 1970 is really not that long ago in retrospect. I mean, maybe 40 years. So I would seem to think there'd be some record of what was there at that time before the marina was, established and as part of our research.
Well, we really don't have much that shows anything. This is this is the bad one. Ugh. Let me things are not coming. The old aerials are in pretty poor shape and they don't digitize well. Let me try something, a different file. Let me try right on the Word document.
Mr. Burt, should we go on, or is there an answer to Councilor Bordelon's question that you will provide by presenting the visual?
Well, I wanted to show you, if you can bear with me just for a moment.
Certainly. Thank you. We appreciate you doing that for us.
I'm going to share my screen just a sec here.
Great. Support the auditory with the visual. Always good.
This is 1953. Let me enlarge that. Give me a sec here. Over here, can you see this? This is where's the, right here. Here's the this would be the area, I believe. Am I pointing to the right thing?
It'd be above that,
Would it be over here?
down a little. Right, because it's very close to the pond.
Oh,
I'm having trouble telling from this because of how old it is. Give me a sec here.
I think you want to go, if you could put your cursor, oops, I'm sorry.
Oh. Go which way?
Oh, not there.
Okay. Well, here's 1951, and there's not much of anything around there.
If you go to the one on if you go to the map, the picture on the left,
Right.
and you find what looks like the pond that Councilor Obrey referenced, and you go to like 2 o'clock on the pond, I think that's where the house is. Up further, Mr. Burt, further north.
Oh, this one, this pond? Or,
No, I think it's way at the top, isn't it?
Yeah.
Thing?
Right, and then like right, I think that's the spot. Is that, maybe Attorney Callahan would have a better grasp of this.
I think that's it.
That's probably it, yeah. So it's hard to tell what's along the water there. Over here, though, you could tell it doesn't look like much in 1951.
Right.
And
Right. So, I mean,
then 65, you
I
can
don't know. It just seems, I can't imagine that there'd be a house at the end of this with no road established to nowhere. It just would seem that one.
And again, we can only work with what documents we find, though. 1965, it's hard to tell. You can see something there, but you can't. It looks like it might be those same docks in 70, so it might be as early as 65.
Right.
It's just, you can clearly see it in 70. I think it's Also, they look pretty similar for 65.
Right. It just,
And then there's 90. Yeah.
yeah. So definitely in the 70s when it expanded. So, I don't know. I think there could be some more investigation work on this in the sense that I feel like a little bit more research into the house at the end. And
Honestly, there is no more research. We've exhausted every avenue. Unless somebody else comes up with it, that's all been looked at, what's on file. There is no more research for us at this point. This is what we have to work with.
okay. So my question is once again, we're commenting on tonight, correct? So in my opinion, even though you're saying that, my opinion is I think that more research could be done in the sense to find out a little bit more in regards to the house to nowhere with no road. I mean, no one would ever build a house between, a marina with no designated road. And it just would seem to me that something between that time, right, there might be no documents of it, but I just can't imagine that a house would be built at the ends with no way to get out without, with the owner of the house and the person who later built the marina had a falling out. How do they get out of there?
Well, looking in GIS, it actually looks like it was built in 1747, the house.
Right.
The marina wasn't there till the 70s, so there could very well just be a pathway. People, I've seen many old maps where places where in the old days there really was nothing formally established. You kind of created a path, so there's no way to tell.
I don't know.
And the other thing I would add, this is Eric Callahan, is there is a distinction between a private access right and a public one. And so it does look like this property owner felt that there was some concern about her access at one point in time in the 70s, and then received a formal private easement to get to her property. And that whether or not that property was landlocked, so to speak, doesn't necessarily mean that there's a public right to walk through this property for coastal access purposes.
And then my next question is, where the marina is considered the marina, what does the deed state as far as how much acreage is allowed for that marina? What was the original amount allotted land?
I didn't research that.
Yeah, so I still feel like I have some questions that would be researchable, and with no disrespect, that when you take a piece of land, right, and you look at a house, and if you think about how much feet you have on a road, and you look at how much acreage a house would be on, then one could collaborate how that number's changed over the years to really see what that deed of that land states as far as how much square footage, so to speak, that they're allotted. And then you could kind of weasel out a little bit of the discrepancies in how this road maybe became part of the land, possibly, or not. Those are questions that still come to mind for me that I think are still researchable, looking at the deeds and the records that I'm asking for more clarification on. So I would like to know the acreage of those properties in reference to what is down there.
The issue is whether there's a public road going through the property, and we've exhausted that, and it would have to be resolved through a court, regardless of the acreage of the property.
Right, but I just think before I can make an educated guess here on behalf of the town, I'm just curious as how much acreage was allotted. Like, because that would give me a determination on, was that road included in there, or did that somehow kind of phase into it later? Because when I was down there and looked at it, if you add that in, you're adding a lot of cumbersome space. And so I think I agree with you. Yes, it would have to be a legal action, but I think for me to do my due diligence and for me to feel like I did everything to fully investigate this and ask the questions that I'm asked and tasked to do as we sit here, is to make sure that I ask, what does the deed say on the acreage of the properties?
Just so you know, it's 3.34 acres, and there's no mention of the road. It does encompass the road property.
It's which one? 3.34 acres.
The marina, and the legal description bounds that there's no cutout for a road.
Right, and I'm asking before the marina, what was the acreage?
I don't think that Mr. Callahan or Attorney Callahan or Mr. Burt have that information. I believe Mr. Burt was pulling that
Right.
probably from GIS, correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
So I with all respect, I disagree respectfully that I think we could find out those numbers. So in my opinion, I do not feel that it's fully exhausted yet until we find out more of those numbers effectively. So that would be my next question.
And typically they would have researched their deed before purchasing, so you would know that what they were buying. So it'd be hugely unlikely it would change anything.
Right. But I guess for me, when I'm tasked with the issue, is it hugely unlikely or is it, what was it? And I guess I'm just asking for the fact. That's all. Just
My opinion would be that the acreage of the property doesn't change whether or not there's a public road going through it.
right. And I just would like to see what it looked like at the earlier stages, what the number was.
Okay, thank you.
So how do I, so that's something I'm asking for.
Well, they don't have the answer for you this evening.
Okay, I respect that.
That is up to the council to decide if they want to pursue it further. But right now we have several other counselors wishing to ask their questions as well.
With all due respect, Councilor Bumgardner spoke for quite some time and I was asking pointed questions in a respectful manner. And I respect that you want to move on and I am done, but I would ask for the same respect. Thank you.
Councilor Bordelon, Attorney Callahan and Mr. Burt have already stated they don't have your answer this evening.
Right, and they also stated that they're exhausted all their research and I'm asking that I feel there's more research to be done with respect.
Right.
So I'm asking for that respect. I have a right as a counselor, as an elected official to ask for more research on an item that you don't have the answers to tonight. That's what we're being tasked with. And I'm respectfully asking for it. And if we don't have the answers, then then the response would be, we'll look into this and we'll get back to you. But then I don't need the follow-up with respect and decorum to say, then we need to move on and rush me along when Councilor Bumgardner spoke for double the amount of time that I did. And I'm fine with that because he's really interested in this. And I just have to ask for the same respect. That's all. Thank you.
Councilor Bumgardner spoke for 14 minutes. You spoke for 12. Councilor Franco, you have the floor, followed by Councilor Obrey.
Thank you. So I'd like to ask Attorney Callahan some questions. So why would the state put it on their website that there's coastal access there? And if it's on their website, what does that mean to us? Is it permanent? Do they have backup documents that go with this because it's on their website? How did it even get on their website? And can you answer maybe how that pertains to us tonight?
There is coastal access on this property, and it's the limited access that I pointed out. So when a site plan is approved, the town may require coastal access as part of the approval. And so I believe the state's records would have gotten whatever information they have from the town. But the fact, if I guess to be clear, if the state is erroneously reflecting coastal access on its website, it doesn't mean that there's coastal access. It has to be, something that's deeded or something that's found in the land records of the town. And so there is coastal access, and I don't know if that's why the state is reflecting it as such. But what we reviewed was the land records and exhausted coastal access rights on the land records.
Okay, and then so let me just. Are we obligated because it's on the state website that maybe that location is coastal access? Are we obligated to make it coastal access?
No.
So another concern that I have is, let me just ask you this. Do you know when it was supposed to be designated as a coastal access?
the definitive coastal access is was 1992.
Okay. So my question now is about, so that was 1992 and we have a marina there. I have a concern about the safety of people going through the marina where they have boats up on stilts and they also have a lot of machinery moving these big boats in and out of the water, and to allow the public to go through there when it's not really per se a public road. It doesn't look like a public road, at least from my viewpoint, but I'm not an expert in this by any means. What would be the liabilities if we make this a coastal access and somebody did get hurt in there? Is it considered our liability? Is it considered the business owner's liability? Because I think there's some potential here for some problems. Just my opinion.
I think it depends on what causes the injury. You know, but generally, I think because it's a recreational purpose, I think that there is some indemnification for protecting the town. But again, you know, it's hard to answer that question in a vacuum because you don't know what caused the injury or you know who's responsible for what.
All right, and so you're saying that you cannot render a formal title opinion. So basically, this now comes down to the council to decide whether we want to work with the landowners to try and get some kind of access with them, possible litigation, or maybe do nothing. I mean, what other options are there?
The options would be, so I can't render a formal title opinion on whether there was a public road that crosses through this property. And if there was a public road, the argument would be someone could walk through that road to look at the coast from a different perspective. So the options would be pursuing, you know, a court action to have the court declare whether or not there is that public road there, in which the property owner could, you know, potentially argue that there was some sort of abandonment. Short of court, if the town did not want to have a public road there, because if there's a public road, there would be maintenance responsibilities. It could discontinue the road through statute without having to go to court. Or you could work with the property owner to try to work out some other solution short of court intervention or discontinuing the road.
Thank you.
I just wanted to note that Councilor Zeppieri's call dropped at 7:41 and we are at 8 councilors at this point. If he comes back in, I will note the time as well. We have next Councilor Obrey before we go to second time speakers.
Thank you. I was going to mention that I would expect when this property was purchased, I don't know if, how many times it's been transferred in the life of it being marina, but I doubt that anybody would buy a property like this without a survey. So there might very well be a survey on file at the town. Because usually with something like that, they do record it. Or they may have kept it for themselves. So if we were going to have a conversation with the owner, we might ask them if they do have a survey of the property. And the survey of the property may have some notifications on it, which is usually the case. My thought is also, that would probably answer a lot of questions. The other thing is that if that was my business, I would not be wanting to have people walking through it and have that responsibility. I agree with Rachael. I'm sure it would increase their insurance costs. I'm sure it could become a nuisance because how do you keep people from going to the boats? I mean, that would just be a nightmare. And I don't think that's anything that we should be asking of these owners of the property. But if in fact there was a survey, we might be able to look at that and see if there's a way that we could work something out for the area that's obviously kept open for these people so that they can reach their house down in the back. I don't know exactly why there is such a call to do this. I mean, I think if we have a walk that comes down to Fort Rachael, you've got a little place where they've put there that you can sit and enjoy the vista. If you go out by the railroad tracks, you're going to have to put up fence. You're going to have to protect the people that are walking out there if the owner was to ever let that happen. I think that is a situation that I see no purpose to step into it. But I would ask if, when it's possible, that perhaps we research if in fact there is a survey of the property. And perhaps Attorney Callahan has researched that and could tell me yes, no, there isn't, or there is. And it would just make it a whole lot easier. But myself, I don't want to do that to a business. I think I would, I think a meeting with them, if it hasn't already taken place, would be important. And let them tell us how they feel about it before we went forward with this in any way at all. Thank you very much.
Councilor Obrey, could you just repeat, your sound kind of went in and out when you said you would ask Attorney Callahan. I didn't hear your question. I don't know if I apologize if everyone else heard.
That's okay, it might have been me. I was just saying that possibly he looked into whether there was any survey for this property. It's, most of them are so that you can just go in and pull up what there might be a survey of. There's a record of them. And if not, I'm sure that the owners would probably have one. You, in most cases, you would not buy a property like that without a survey, because how do you know where do you go? And your business is contingent on how far you can go. So it would only make sense.
Thank you.
So this is Eric Callahan. If I may, there is a survey that was prepared in 2010 by the Caesar Bentley, and it's a title survey that does make reference to these deeds that reference the highway, and it concludes that it's a private right of way is the notation on the survey. So it did not find that there was a public highway running through the property.
Okay, that probably, oh, I'm sorry. I'll wait my turn to again.
Okay, so we have, I'm going to go again to first-time speakers before we go back to second turns. So we have Councilor Melendez next.
Hi, thank you. So have we spoken with the marina owner? The town?
Greg Hanover, I think that's who did, but he just spoke with them again this week, and that's where they said that some people do cross over to that railroad track and they don't impede them. But until I had some direction in the full research, I wanted all the information before I would look at negotiating anything.
Yeah. I think, I guess the question, if the mayor could clarify, are we sort of giving direction on whether we want to go sort of through the courts or not? Is that what we're discussing?
So there's no motion prepared in advance because this is really the first public discussion we've had on this. So we can certainly, if certain councilors have questions and it's the will of the council, the consensus of the council, we can certainly revisit this at another meeting. or we can certainly decide right now that we don't wish to pursue this. So once everybody's had a chance to speak, I'll ask for direction from the full council.
Okay. I think that going to court on this before we've really sat down with the property owner and discussed how they feel about it, and we've exhausted that completely. I don't think sort of even mentioning going to court on this would be helpful in any way to actually gaining coastal access to that. So I think we should just mainly speak to the owner of the property. Of course, as other counselors have noted, they probably, for liability reasons, wouldn't want people to have access there. But I think going to court would be something that I don't think I could actually support. Thank you.
I'm going to see if Councillor Parker wished to speak, and then I'll take my turn. Councillor Parker?
I agree with Councilor Melendez that I don't agree with thinking about going to court. Not in this climate. And I don't believe we would have the funds to be able to take care of the property safely. It may be a major expense that we cannot do right at this time. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. I agree with much of what Councilors Melendez, Parker, Obrey, and Franco have said regarding, being willing to perhaps sit at a table with the property owner and see if there's any room for any further access to the property. I share the concerns of liability. I question accessing the railroad tracks. That makes me very nervous. And I also am nervous, as Councilor Heede had reported earlier, the frequency of the boat traffic. So there are many questions that we would have to have answered. And I think probably a good first step would be to sit with the property owner. As Councilor Melendez said, I don't think court action would be wise at this point until we've had a chance to fully discuss with the owners. All right, so now I think everybody's had a chance, and I don't see Councilor Zeppieri back. So we'll we'll do another round if people so choose. And we'll start with Councilor Bumgardner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. All excellent line of questioning from fellow councilors. I would agree. Any efforts we can take to prevent litigation on all fronts should be, and on operative word is all fronts should be recognized. So just to back up, talk in, outside of the Fort Rachael Marina, I think we are absolutely obligated to provide coastal access along the entire water. That is the purpose of the coastal access, is to preserve access for all to enjoy, whether you're a resident here, whether you're a tourist, whether you're rich or poor. The water is supposed to be accessible by all and enjoyed by all. And we are very blessed and fortunate to live in a community that has this access provided for the public. So any efforts we can take to protect that in the future should obviously be welcomed and that is again our obligation. And so Councilor Franco had mentioned that there are potential problems, and I would just like to clarify what she specifically meant by potential problems. And then my other question is that you are not rendering a title opinion on the Fort Rachael, on the title opinion on the Fort Rachael Marina property. So then would we then, obviously, could we resolve that matter in a negotiation with a property owner without having to, go the route of litigation?
So you can agree by easement or some other sort of instrument recorded on the land records, have a private agreement with the with the landowner without having to go to court. So you can negotiate access that way.
Mhm. And just if we can back up, I know Councilor, and I'm jumping around, I apologize. Manager Burt had spoken about the sign at the Steamboat Wharf that went missing. There was a sign there to begin with, as you can see, placed, and there was a sign there as of last year in October. This sign here, it says, public access extends beyond gate. This sign subsequently went missing. It was stolen. And so again, I must repeat, there are signs that are that have gone missing over the last few years that have been stolen and tampered with by members of the public. We don't know who has stolen them. And we also know that there hasn't been any immediate response from the town, whether an investigation took place on those matters. And so this has been reported on extensively in the newspaper. And I would really hope that in the future, if this happens again, we're more aggressive in enforcement of that stolen property. Additionally, there is also a sign next to it that says quiet after 8 p.m. And I just want to ensure the public that despite that sign, and there is obviously an easement that the town has, the public has the right to sit there or be there, enjoy the water at any point. They're not, just because there is a sign that says quiet after 8 p.m. doesn't mean that at 9 p.m. or 8:30 p.m. you can't sit by the water with some pizza and enjoy a pizza. You're entitled to do that. And so I just want to make it abundantly clear to the public that by Steamboat Wharf, this right here, the public can enjoy and sit and enjoy the water views. Additionally, I went all the way up to Park Place this morning and met with Alice Foley, and she had mentioned that where there is an existing launch for kayaks and what have you, coastal access sign has repeatedly at times have gone missing. Since then, that issue was raised. That sign has not been stolen, but there have been multiple times where that sign has been stolen. Why that sign specifically, I'm not sure. Again, I would hope in the future we look into matters like that, at least we meaning the town. Lastly, when I spoke with Ms. Foley, she had mentioned that she enjoyed her conversations with Councilor Parker and Councilor Melendez on similar matters as well. Just wanted to put that on the record that she was thankful for their correspondence as well. And I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Can I say something, Mayor?
Yes, I was going to ask Mr. Burt to respond. I believe that there has been response and reaction from the town to these incidents, but Mr. Burt, I'll let you go ahead.
Sure. With Park Place, the sign had been missing since before I had arrived. When we learned of it, whatever it is, we put one in, it went missing. The police actually went door to door because we had some suspicions, and they actually talked with people through there as more of a warning than anything else. And we put a heavy duty, I think like a concrete base type of thing so that it would be really hard to steal. In terms of, like I said earlier, in terms of Steamboat Wharf, well,
perhaps in the future, the chief or through you can write a memo to us. Just explaining
Excuse me.
I told the council that at the time. I sent an email updating everyone about what happened.
Yes, Mr. Burt, thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have more you wish to add, Mr. Burt?
Just on the Steamboat one, as we mentioned earlier, and Eric Callahan could weigh in, we have to work with the owners because it's vague on what rights I have. I can't tell the police to go do anything if I don't for sure have rights to a particular place for a sign. They've worked with us and allowed us to put the sign up. So each thing, I appreciate no one telling me to tell the police what to do because each one's individual. I have to do what the law says. I'm not going to go beyond that. I'm really restricted on what I can do, and I have done everything I can to be aggressive. And the newspaper is not entirely accurate.
Thank you, Mr. Burt. Okay, we have next Councilor, okay, so Councilor Bordelon and then Councilor Franco, I'm going to go back to you to answer Councilor Bumgardner's questions if you so choose. Councilor Bordelon?
Yes, thank you. I just want to align my remarks with Councilor Obrey. I do think, yeah, those records that she referred to would be helpful. And I do agree that with Councilor Franco that, yeah, it would be unsafe. And that's why it just seems to me that somewhere, I can't imagine a house that was built in 1922, one would think it would be safe to extend a marina across with only private access as a means of getting through, because if you had to leave your house and go walk your dog, you're going to have to walk through boats, and that would be unsafe. So I know that we're saying that we've exhausted it, but I also agree with Council Melendez as well. I don't think there should be a legal action at this time, but I also agree that we should, just like we did with Stonington regarding the Stonington Bridge, we should maybe speak to all the owners on that abutting property and see what type of records they have. Sometimes houses that you buy have the people leave behind the old sketches in them because it's like part of the original house, and it's kind of fun to see. And sometimes just having a an open public comment saying, does anyone have any pictures or any data on this area? There's a lot of old timers around that do have data on that infrastructure in that area. Maybe even some pictures that they might want to come forth with. And so I think, calling a last call for that would be our due diligence to ask, and coming around the roundtable with the owners there, because the records probably have some more information that maybe would reveal in its entirety of how that all became to be. Because once again, as stated, I agree it wouldn't be safe, which is why I'm concerned how a house down there and then shipyard, it just doesn't seem like it would have been a great use or thought process. But I would say that is prime property for one to have a marina. And I could totally see the benefit of having that type of expansive marina in that area for the accessibility and the revenue generator and the business and such that would be there. It would make sense. So, but I do think more records regarding the land, opening up the forum to the community and say, hey, we're researching this. Does anyone have any information on this? Please send it to us. We'd love to see it. And, even talking to some people who are from the area, they have different views and visions, and maybe they have paperwork and documentation. So I don't think we're at a lawsuit time. I do think we need to talk to the people in the area and reach out to people to see what other information could be laying around in archives that we're maybe missing. Thank you.
Okay. I'm not seeing any hands. I'll give it a second though. All right, so at this point, it doesn't look like there is the will to direct the manager or the attorney to pursue any kind of legal action. So it sounds to me that people are interested in perhaps having a representative of the town meet with the property owners down there to see if there's any potential for movement on this. Is that an accurate assessment, councilors?
Yes.
Thank you.
Greg,
Yeah,
Greg
very
me and
good.
John will meet with them.
Mr. Burt, I'm sorry.
Me, the planning director, and the public works director will meet with them. Probably Deb Jones also.
Thank you very much.
Just a point of clarification. When you
Yes.
say them, just for my notes here, who are we meeting with?
The owner of Fort Rachel Marina.
Yeah, could I ask that we also talk to the other surrounding properties at the very end and abutting to the Fort Rachel to get a better picture? I also think it would be great to have them come before the council if they wanted to speak, for the record as well. It's a town issue. So.
Anyone else?
Did you answer my question?
I didn't know you were posing a question to me. Could you ask again, please?
Can we speak to the other surrounding neighbors around Fort Rachel as part of our inquiry-based, our inquiry?
Mr. Burt and Attorney Callahan, you have a request from a counselor to speak to the abutting property owner.
Sure.
Owner.
Happy to.
Thank you.
And also maybe even set up a time to have other people that know the area and put a call out to allow people to come forward with information regarding it if they want to. I think it'd be important to have it before the council.
Councilor Franco.
Is that a yes or no? I guess I'm still waiting for the answer. I feel like I'm still left in ghost and then you move on.
I'm sorry, you were asking questions that the
So
way
my first question was, can we
Councilor
ask,
Bordelon?
I asked clarifying questions. I had the floor before you moved on. So-
Councilor Bordelon, I would like to address why I moved on.
Okay, go ahead.
The reason being is I believe that Mr. Attorney Callahan and Mr. Burt can hear your questions, and I believe they are taking in your questions, and it doesn't really require a response from the rest of us at this point because they hear what you're asking. So I trust that they are listening and taking note of what you're interested in pursuing.
Okay, well, I guess it would be nice to have some acknowledgement that that's yes, you want to do that, or no, you don't want to. So I'm just clarifying for my notes that that's the acknowledgement. Yes, we're going to check with the surrounding property owners, not just the Fort Rachael, and that we're going to ask if we can have a meeting with them. And I think it should be with the council as well. That's what I had asked. So is that what you're agreeing to?
No, that's not what we've agreed to at this point.
Oh, okay. So that's why I'm looking for clarifying. That's why I wasn't ready to move on.
I don't know when you're done, so I don't know when to start. I'm sorry. Let me know when you're done and then I'll start.
You could go again. That's why I was waiting before you moved on because I was not sure of where you were going. So.
I will check with the neighbors. We'll put out another call for info. Obviously, there's been some articles and no one's reached out to us, but we could do it again. In terms of bringing to the council, that's not the good place to start with a negotiation. You allow us, the staff, and then we'll see where it goes.
Thank you. Councilor Parker and then Obrey.
Madam Mayor, I believe Councilor Franco's first.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see the, okay. Yes, Councilor Franco, then Parker, then Obrey. Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you. So my question is just that we're now adding something on. I thought we just sort of made a consensus that we're going to talk to the Fort Rachael owners. I didn't know we were expanding on the other items. I don't know if it's necessary to talk to the surrounding neighbors at this time or put out something. As I'm thinking, it's more of a negotiation. And we're only, my personal opinion, speaking for myself, I'm only approving that we talk to the Fort Rachael marina owners at this time and not those other people noted. So that's the only thing I'm agreeing to at this time. Thank you.
And yes, I was going to go there next, but other hands went up in the meantime. So before we end this item, I will come around and ask for that consensus again. Councilor Parker, I think, and then Obrey.
I was actually going to say the same thing as Councilor Franco. I believe we were only talking to the Fort Rachael group first, and I don't feel comfortable bringing all the neighbors before the town council because it makes us look like I just don't feel that's the correct way to do it right now. I believe the town manager should step in first if that's the case, but I'd rather him and his staff talk to Fort Rachael first. Thank you.
Can I make a suggestion?
To respond? Yes.
I was thinking maybe if I could reach out like mail-wise or something to the neighbors and tell them, besides doing something publicly larger, if I specifically target the neighbors and say what we're looking for and see if they have anything. If that's acceptable, that's easy enough to do.
May I add something to my?
Yes, please.
Mr. Burt, if you could just hold off on reaching the neighbors, can we talk to Fort Rachael first? And then if there's something additional, then we move forward. You come back to the council and then we can get a consensus on the next part.
Whatever the council wants.
Let's hear from Councilor Obrey, and then I will seek consensus on that other set of questions. Councilor Obrey.
Well, Councilor Franco and Councilor Parker pretty much said what I had in mind. I got to get ahead of them. I think that we should let the manager and whomever he chooses to take with him. I think Deb Jones would be very good for that. Just a suggestion. I don't think that would need taking Mr. Callahan's time at that point. But just talk with them, see what their feeling is. And I absolutely do not want to ask anybody to come before our council and discuss it. It's not appropriate. It would be intimidating. It would be an uncomfortable situation. And it just is not appropriate. Thank you.
Okay. So right now, before we go on any further, we have consensus that Mr. Burt and whomever he deems appropriate will have a conversation or try to initiate a conversation with the marina owners. And I think we've all agreed to that. So the next question we have, and it looks like there is a request to meet with surrounding property owners. And I've heard from 2 counselors so far that are not interested in that at this point. What is the consensus of the rest of the council? Are you interested in having town staff meet with other property owners besides the marina owners? So I'm seeing head shaking no, no, no. Okay, so I saw Councilor Obrey, Councilor Franco, Councilor Heede, Councilor Parker, and myself do not wish for town manager to meet with other property owners at this point and prefer to begin with Fort Rachael Marina. Okay, so is that clear, Mr. Burt? The consensus of the council is to begin your conversation with the marina owner.
Yes, it is.
Point of clarification, real quick.
Very much. Councilor, we have Councilor Bumgardner and Bordelon who wish to speak. I'm not sure whose hand was up first, so I'll let you 2 decide.
It doesn't matter to me.
I'm just going to make a comment just to close things out. If counselors haven't taken the time to walk the coastal access route according to the 1991 guide map, please do it. You'll find that it's absolutely stunning. There's absolutely stunning views, especially now, with the weather being it is. So just take a walk, enjoy the views, but really get a feel for it. And I think once you go to walk that whole route, you'll have a much better feeling or understanding about what potential problems or issues there may be along that route. You'll find there aren't many. So I will leave it at that. And thank you again, Mr. Callahan, truly, for your research on this. Went all the way back to the times of the Civil War, so I got to give it to you. You did do extensive research on this, and so I believe we all do have the same goal and good spirits. So thank you again.
Councilor Bordelon.
Yes. Just for clarification, what I was asking in regards to talking to the other neighbors was just to save time for the sense of the staff, as John had brought up one suggestion of just doing the mailer thing for time saving versus coming back, because at the start of this, we've exhausted everything. That's what I was told at the beginning. And now we're going to go do more research, which is great. So I was just saying for time, so it's not like we wait several weeks, we come back with one thing and have to go back again. It was just to get more information of the surrounding properties. As far as my point of, if I said it incorrectly, I apologize, of coming before the council, I was just saying, it's some people love to talk about the history of the area, and it's not intimidating, and it's just that they're allowed to come under public, comment and discuss that and allot the time on a night that we're discussing it. That was my idea of that. So I was just thinking for time's sake, if you're already going to be down there talking and surveying folks, as John said, maybe with the mailer, maybe even, it would be a way to reach out, and that way you have all the data all at once versus the back and forth and the back and forth. But if you want to do it this way, that's fine with me. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further discussion. Thank you, Attorney Callahan, for coming out this evening and for all your research that you've done. And indeed, it is quite a feat that you've pursued this all the way back to the Civil War and have uncovered some interesting things. We appreciate it. Thank you, sir. All right, we are on to 5B, 2020-754, acceptance of open space parcel Bridgeview subdivision. This is page 21 in your packet. And I believe, Councilor Parker, we have a motion for you this time.
Make a motion to recommend a resolution to accept the 1.5 acres of land on Packer Road associated with the Bridgeview subdivision, Grove Avenue. I so move.
Second, Bumgardner.
Moved by Parker and seconded by Bumgardner. I'm assuming either Ms. Jones or Mr. Reiner are here for this particular item.
Yes, I'm here. Deb Jones, Assistant Director, Planning and Development Services. So this open space is associated with a 4-lot subdivision on Grove Avenue, which is the Grove Avenue on the west side of town. The Planning and Zoning Commission determined that there was no spot on this subdivision area that is appropriate for open space and accepted a parcel of land in lieu of that the property owner owned over on Packer Road that was right on Haley Brook. They determined that that was a better piece of open space. So this issue is to accept that 1.5 acres of open space on Packer Road on Haley Brook.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Does the council have questions? I see Councilor Obrey.
Yeah, I was just wondering, where is this Bridgeview subdivision? Doesn't ring a bell.
Yeah, it's 4 lots. As I said, it's on Grove Avenue. It's right on the city line. I think in your packet there is a map showing the 4 lots. It's close to the Sealy School. It is close to the Thames River.
I think it's across the street from Fieldside Apartments.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
Councilor Franco.
So the parcel that is going to be designated open space, is it adjacent to any other open space?
It is not. The Planning and Zoning Commission felt that it was appropriate because it will protect Haley Brook, which has been designated as a future water supply by the Groton Utilities Water Department.
Okay, and one other question. In the write-up, it says, maybe it's just me, I don't know what this is, it's property monumentation has been installed. What exactly does that mean?
That means property markers. So the corners of the property have been installed, the monuments and pins.
Gotcha, I didn't know what monumentation was in that regard. Thank you very much.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, we will vote on 2020-754 acceptance of open space parcel Bridgeview subdivision. We are at 8 councilors. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? So moved unanimously with 8 councilors. We are on to 2020-501 update on excess property redevelopment for Mystic Education Center. This is on page 24. There is no motion associated with this. We're just going to be receiving information from Mr. Bronk, Mr. Reiner, and Ms. Jones, I believe. I don't know who wants to take the floor.
Good evening. This is John Reiner, Director of Planning and Development Services. I think Paige and I were going to take the lead on this. If Deb wanted to jump in, she certainly can. So we just wanted to give a general update on where we were with the Mystic Education Center property, or Mystic River Bluffs as it's more formally known. We've received some questions from members of the public and others of, is this project still happening? Is it still moving forward? Yes, it is. These projects take time, and there's a lot of components to them that are quite complex. And, we've tried to stay consistent in our updates, but for a while there wasn't a whole lot of new information to give to the council or to share publicly. At this time, we can share that staff working with our consultants, we finally have a draft of some zoning that will be necessary for the development. We'll be taking the first draft of that zoning to the Planning and Zoning Commission at next week's Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. It's a special meeting that we'll be having to just talk about that. There's not a formal application yet. We had discussed the concept of new zoning with the commission right as COVID was first starting. So I think about 8 months ago, it took us a while to kind of craft that zoning and get that into a draft where we, staff, our consultants, as well as the town attorney, were comfortable with crafting that up. I don't want to get into the specifics of the zoning tonight, but we just wanted to kind of give an update on that. A couple other components that we can quickly talk about tonight both include TIF as well as the Pratt building. As we've said before, this project will require tax increment financing in order to happen because of the extensive public and private improvements that are happening. And one of those big factors is the Pratt building, which I think Paige can weigh in on with the work that he's been doing, working with Mark Berry, our Parks and Rec director, as well as with the developers, Restler Homes, on the Pratt building. But we've been working with Camoin 310, our consultants that we've used in the past on TIF. We will be moving forward with this project for TIF. We will have to adopt another TIF district for this area. We're not ready to do that just yet, but again, just wanted to keep that on the radar of the council that we have been slowly moving that initiative forward. And kind of the last piece of the puzzle is the Pratt building and what we've been looking at from an analysis from the community as well as the analysis of the site. I think Paige can weigh in on that piece of this project.
Good evening, Paige Bronk, Economic and Community Development Manager. Regarding the Pratt building, as a recap, that obviously is going to be a public recreation facility, as we've discussed in the past, open to Groton. And the town had previously hired their own consulting team comprised of Greenplay and Peary. Greenplay is the expert in recreational programming. Peary is the expert in architecture and engineering. We needed to know what is the cost in order to convert this building or have the developer convert the building back into a public recreation facility. We really didn't know at the very beginning how much work the building needed. And if we're going to reprogram the interior, what do we want and what will the cost be? Case in point, we have a bowling alley in there, we have a racquetball court, but we don't necessarily know over the next decade or two if those types of uses are best moving forward for the residents of Groton. So we're using this consulting firm. They started with the community-wide recreation analysis. What do we need? What do people want in Groton? From there, they drilled down a little bit further and looked at how much of the demand for recreation in Groton could we accommodate within the Pratt building. So they're looking at, they've narrowed it down to some scenarios at this point. From the survey that was done, clearly an aquatic center was the top demand. There's also demand for gymnasium space as well, but they're looking at some other interior programming. At this point, they're moving into the cost estimating phase. That's envisioned to take several weeks. I don't have a deadline on that. I believe it will be done by sometime in December. That cost estimating will be brought back into the overall budget for the entire project. And as John mentioned, TIF financing, we're going to have to basically roll some of the cost estimating for the Pratt building into TIF. In addition, the infrastructure for the overall project, case in point, roadway, stormwater, utilities, etc. So that's a subsequent phase, but the Pratt building is a significant component of what we're focusing on at this point in time in terms of recreation.
Thank you. Did the manager or Ms. Jones wish to provide any update in addition? If not, I will see if any of the councilors have questions.
I don't have anything.
Thank you. Councilor Obrey has her hand up.
I just wanted to say I'm anxious for us to have that opportunity that's coming up to walk through and be more familiar with everything. Rachel's going to do the tour, right? Sorry.
Councilor Franco is going to respond to you.
No, I was actually going to ask, I know we originally thought that the Pratt building would be a great place to have recreation for our community. And given that, they're, willing to renovate it and all those, and I think it would be great to have an additional community center. Parks and Rec is not here tonight, are they? Am I correct?
No, they're not here tonight.
Okay. Maybe I'll just hold my question for them then. Thank you.
Any other counselors have comments or questions for planning and development staff regarding the Mystic Education Center? Councilor Heede.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll just ask real quick if you've seen, I know when I went and toured the facility, they were talking about different proposals for parking. And I know that one of their proposals was to do a parking garage closer to the Pratt Center. Just wondering if there's been any updates on that, or if it's still, clearly it's still in the design phase, but it's just following up.
I can initiate that. I'm sure John has a comment as well. There is an envisioned and planned parking structure fairly close to the Pratt building. And the purpose of that is to ensure that we don't have excessive surface parking lots. Given the parking demand for the entire project, but the concentration closer to Pratt, it was envisioned that the parking structure would best serve that need. I will state that Peary, our consultant, not only looked at the interior of the Pratt building in terms of what needs to happen, but they looked at the immediate exterior to the building as well. They're looking at how to best connect the, let's say, exclusive private development with the public domain of the Pratt building. They want to make sure that there's appropriate entryways. There's conversations of maybe having a larger exterior stairway possibly. And then to your question about parking, they're actually concerned about how we can best connect the entryway to Pratt with the parking garage, which would be within close proximity. One of the concepts that's being played with right now, we're not committed to it, but is actually trying to get a direct connection between the structure, the parking structure, and the Pratt building, trying to use similar grades. As you know, the Pratt building sits lower from an elevation or topography standpoint, and the proposed parking structure would be slightly up the hill. If we can find a similar elevation and make a connection between the two, it actually would be beneficial for the users of both the garage and the Pratt building.
Thank you. I have a quick comment and then we'll move on. I was just curious to know thoughts on the auditorium space, if there had been any consideration of that, or if you're not prepared to discuss that tonight. It's just something that I'd like to hear about at a future time, if you could report back what the thoughts were on that. And Councilor Franco, I'm not sure if it's a new hand or if this is from new hand. Councilor Franco.
Thank you. I got, my mind sorted out here on and changed my questioning. So have they received the road study results? And is that giving any insight as to how it might change from going in at the light there at the intersection?
So as far as road study results, I don't know to what level they've done any traffic analysis or how in depth they've gone with their traffic analysis yet. It should be mentioned that they Yeah, I think we can share publicly. They have acquired some other private parcels so that they can align the roadway in some areas to better line up with the light, as well as having a new entranceway for the property to connect to a second light.
Well, that sounds wonderful. I'm very excited to hear that.
Paige, anything else you want to weigh in on that?
The only thing I would say is we had discussed early in the project or the process, knowing that traffic and circulation will be one of the largest concerns for the project. It's a large property. The existing structures are large. There's a lot of land, and we envisioned there would be something of intensity, and traffic had to be addressed. I believe we even put that in the RFP. So we do believe Respler has been trying to address that early in this process. And as John mentioned, the acquisition of some private lands to address the circulation need. That's important because it helps to protect the adjacent residential neighborhoods.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely wonderful, and I'm glad that has come to fruition. What are you seeing as the overall community reaction to this project? Are you getting positive feedback? What is the overall feeling?
Well, we haven't taken this project publicly in months. This is kind of the first public update we've had probably since around, COVID has happened. So as we start rolling this out with the zoning and, further discussions regarding TIF and then Pratt with, TIF and Pratt will happen at the council level. I think we'll see how this goes as it moves along.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, and
You're welcome.
I'm not seeing any other hands, so thank you, Mr. Bronk, Mr. Reiner, and Ms. Jones. We appreciate the update, and I know lots of people are interested in this. I've gotten comments. People are curious what's going on, so thanks for the update. It's appreciated by the public as well.
Thank you.
All right. We are on to 5D 2019-4573 excess property redevelopment 517-529 Gold Star Highway. Scheduled public hearing. This is on page 25 in your packet. And I believe this is Councilor Franco's item.
Yes, thank you. I make a motion to recommend a resolution, schedule a public hearing for January 5th, 2021 for the sale of 529 and 517 Gold Star Highway property, and recommend the sale of 529 and 517 Gold Star Highway property to the RTM for consideration. I so move.
Second, Heede.
Moved by Franco and seconded by Heede. And we are following the Connecticut general statutes and scheduling this public hearing. Did town staff wish to address anything with this? Or we have quite an extensive write-up that they provided to us describing what was going on, but I yield the floor if Mr. Reiner wished to address this.
Again, John Reiner, just very quickly, we're just following some required laws that we have to have a public hearing for the sale of this. Happy to answer any questions. We have a preferred developer for the property, but that's almost separate from us having to do this requirement.
Thank you, Mr. Reiner. Councilor Franco.
Thank you. Can you enlighten us as to how far they are in their planning on this property for the new project there?
Sure. I know that they're still in their due diligence phase. I do know that COVID kind of slowed them down a little bit just in some of their process, but I think that we've both, Paige, myself, Attorney Eric Callahan have been working with them through this process to keep the ball rolling. But this is a necessary hurdle for us to get through before they will begin their actual land use approval process.
Okay, and once we sell the property to them, I mean, I know this is for a public hearing, but let me just question. Once we sell the property to them, it's out of our hands. And if the project doesn't go through, there's no recourse on the town. Is that correct?
No, actually, we have written into our agreements that they have to get approvals, pull building permits within certain periods of time. And if they don't, we actually have recourse to basically fine them, take money, take action. We could take the property back in all practical purposes, because we're not just selling this as part of a real estate transaction. We're selling this to have a development project. And we have been very clear on that with all of the properties that we're marketing. So we have provisions in there working, something Paige has been very strong with on these, as well as Attorney Callahan, to have those very clear items in place in the option agreement. And frankly, I don't expect them to close on the property until after they have all their land use approvals in place. And then there's still requirements that they have to pull a building permit within a certain period of time. Otherwise, there's consequences to the buyer.
All right, thank you very much.
Councilor Obrey, did I see your hand?
Yes, I was just wondering, is this the original group that had come in, at the beginning?
So we're still working with PJ&A, that development group, on the option for the property. Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Let's see. So we have Councilor Bumgardner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Paige and John, for your work on this. So exciting to hear the update, and certainly will be a really welcome addition to our community, having this infill development and really a community in and of itself. It's great that there's going to be so many different. There's plans for shops, and certainly looking at the Pratt building to see what services can be offered to the public, whether it's the reuse of the pool, or actually, which is where I learned how to swim back in the day. But again, it's just great to see this work, getting closer and closer to a date where we can have a wonderful ribbon cutting ceremony, what have you. So again, thank you. Just two questions. I know in the past there have been some. There have been discussions about the two parcels that were the state parcels. One was the deep parcel, the other.
Councilor Bumgardner, I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir.
Yeah.
We've finished Mystic Education Center, and we are on to Gold Star Highway right now.
Okay, I apologize. Yes, yes, I'm sorry. Yes, nonetheless, on the Gold Star Highway, I had a question regarding the stormwater. And so the stormwater specifically, there are issues raised in the past. I know I was one of the councilors who had talked about what were the plans in the case there was going to be development at the property on how to manage stormwater, because I believe it's adjacent to an aquifer. Has the town kind of thought about some of those things, kind of, and how, perhaps how has the interested developer spoken to those issues? And sorry about that, Madam Mayor, long night.
That's all right, I understand. Mr. Reiner?
So the preferred developer has not further refined their design of the stormwater system for the property, but when we put the the request for proposals out there, we made it very clear that the property is in the Water Resource Protection District, and that stormwater was of utmost importance, and that's a conversation we've continued to have, and that's a standard a very high standard that we'll require of the developer. It should also be mentioned that since we first started moving forward with this project, new zoning requirements have been adopted. Groton Utilities will be involved. I'm very confident that the stormwater will be more than adequately handled on this property to an incredibly high standard.
Thank you, John.
That's excellent to hear. Thank you, sir. All right. Seeing no further discussion, we will vote on 2019-457 excess property redevelopment, 517-529 Gold Star Highway scheduled public hearing. We are 8 councilors. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? So moved unanimously with 8 councilors. And I believe that's it for our planning and development staff. Thank you very much for coming out this evening, Mr. Reiner, Mr. Bronk, and Ms. Jones.
Thank you all very much. Have a good night.
Good night.
You too.
Okay.
Thanks.
Here's what I'd like to do. I'm just to throw it out there to what my intentions are. I'm going to ask you to move the 3 items for our calendars. Then I'm going to request a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back for rules. Okay. But I think we can get the calendars done pretty quickly. I have one thing that I wanted to deal with, but we are on to 2020-768 Town Council 2021 regular meeting schedule. This is page 26. And this is Councilor Heede, please.
Make a motion to recommend a resolution approving the town council regular meeting schedule for 2021 as attached. I so move.
Second, Parker.
Moved by Heede and seconded by Parker. And this is the council meeting schedule. And if you notice, it does make the exception for election day. Councilor Bumgardner.
Yeah, those were my 2 questions. I know in the past, sometimes before when we've approved the calendar, we have not taken into account the primary date. I know in the last 2 councils, we've had meetings on this date of the primary. And I only ask that, and I think considering that, we are on the council and certainly involved, it has become, I think, a little burdensome to kind of worry about, the elections on the same date as the as a council meeting, which is why we've have that, council meeting the day after the election on the Wednesday. So I would make a recommendation for that August meeting, though I looked in the Secretary of State's website, the primary date has not been set yet. And of course, even when we had the presidential primary this year, it was moved to the actual August primary date that, through the governor's order. But I wouldn't suggest that we maybe not, that we not have the meeting on that Tuesday. And additionally, I would also argue that, and I will not, reveal those counselors. And I'm proud to say I speak to all of you pretty regularly. I know that many of us after Election Day, including I think town staff, including our clerk's office, was very fatigued after this year's election. And certainly on that Wednesday when we had a council meeting, and I can certainly speak for myself, it was a tough meeting to get through. So just to keep that in mind, maybe it may be best to not even have the council meeting the day after the election, just, perhaps postpone it to the following week. Just my suggestion. Again, I'm always willing to work and, I'll show up, but just want to be conscious of certainly the staff as well that spent a lot of hours, especially the clerk's office, the day before.
So Councilor Bumgardner, I'm not sure if you're making.
2 things. So the primary date and then moving would be the Wednesday council meeting, postponing it to the following week. And
all right, so let's be real clear. So give me the dates, please, that you wish to change so that all the council is aware of what you're suggesting.
Before you give a date for a primary in August, the primary should have been in May. Is that right? Would it be in August next year?
That would be the presidential primary.
Right.
But the general election primary has always fallen in August.
Okay. All right.
The only thing is I'm just going to jump in real quickly before you make your motion, Councilor Bumgardner, and I apologize. 21 will be a local election year. And I'm not sure that, trying to remember, have we ever had primaries for council and Board of Ed? Because that's what we would be looking at. It was far different this year when it was a presidential primary. It may be different when we have the state elections, but next year will just be the local elections. So I'm not sure if we want to even play with the primary one. I understand the November one. So I said my piece. So Councilor Bumgardner, did you wish to make a motion, sir, or make an amendment?
No, I was just putting the idea, and I hear what you're saying on that, and that makes sense because it will be an off-year election. But even with ignoring the Tuesday, I would suggest postponing that to the Wednesday meeting to the following week. So what I'm seeing is, before I make any motion, just I think it would be
I gotta look.
Wednesday, November 3rd, 2021, that we would postpone that meeting to Tuesday, November 9th, 2021.
So there is an amendment to change the second to last meeting of the year from November 3rd, 2021 to Tuesday, November 9th, correct, Councilor Bumgardner?
Correct.
Okay. Is there a second for that?
Second, Bordelon.
Okay, thank you. And I think you've given your rationale, Councilor Bumgardner, so I don't think we need to go there at this point. I'm going to recognize Councilor Franco. I need to just think for a second though, but Councilor Franco, you go.
I agree. It was very tiring. The day after election, very tiring. But I would just suggest that is basically the last council meeting before the next council gets sworn in on December 7th. I would prefer to have the meeting the day after the election and maybe have it a light, depending on what kind of business is going on at that time, just make it a light agenda if possible.
When I interject and say I respectfully request to, I take back my motion.
All right, so Councilor Bumgardner is withdrawing his motion. Is the second withdrawn, Councilor Bordelon?
I will withdraw it.
Thank you. And all right, so I think Mr. Burt, did you want to add?
Just to point out, that's the meeting where we don't really have any control over what's on it because it's dictated by the two cows leading up to it. But they typically go, what we won't do is put any presentations or public hearings, or we'll try to avoid that kind of stuff, if that's appropriate.
Appreciate it.
Very good.
Greatly appreciate it.
So I'm not seeing any other discussion on the council meeting schedule. So then we will vote on 2027-6-8 Town Council 2021 regular meeting schedule. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? So moved unanimously. Thank you. Okay. We are on to Councilor Obrey for 2020-7-6-7 Town Council Committee of the Whole 2021 regular meeting schedule. This is on page 28. Councilor Obrey.
I apologize for the fact that my little keep track of everything went down. So if somebody else could read that for me, I would appreciate it.
Certainly. I will go ahead and do that.
My iPad died.
To recommend a resolution approving the Committee of the Whole regular meeting schedule for 2021 as attached. I so move.
Second, Bordelon.
Moved by Granatosky, seconded by Bordelon. And I just wanted to suggest an amendment. Draw your attention to the 2 November meetings. And I would ask that we change the Tuesday, November 23rd meeting to Tuesday, November 17th. And my rationale for that is so that that would free up the Thanksgiving week for everybody. And I've
that would be the 16th, not the 17th.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second, Parker.
Okay, moved by Granatosky, seconded by Parker to adjust the Tuesday, November 23rd to Tuesday, November 16th. Any discussion or any other? Okay, seeing none, we will vote. All those in favor of 2020-7-6-7 Town Council Committee of the Whole as amended, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? So moved unanimously. We are on to Councilor Bordelon for 2020-769 Town Council Personnel and Appointments Committee 2021 regular meeting schedule.
Sorry, I just flipped my page. 1 second. Is that on page 30?
Page 30, yes.
32?
30.
Hold on 1 second. I flipped too far. Apologize about that. A motion to recommend a resolution approving the town council personnel and appointments committee regular meeting schedule for 2021 as attached. I so move.
Second, Franco.
Moved by Bordelon and seconded by Franco. And I'm seeing no discussion, so we will vote. All those in favor of 2020-769 Town Council Personnel and Appointments Committee 2021 regular meeting schedule, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? So moved unanimously. Thank you. And what I'm going to ask right now is if we could take a 5-minute recess. So it is 8:52. If we can all come back at 8:57, we have rather important other business to take care of tonight. So we are in recess for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
session at 8:57. And we have Obrey, Granatosky, Heede, Bumgardner, Bordelon, Franco, Parker, and Melendez. We have 8 counselors present. And we have review of agenda items. Councilor Obrey, you had your hand up. Did you have something for agenda items?
No, I think Conrad was trying to show us something and I was going to ask him to show it to us again.
Oh.
Did you have something there, Conrad, that you were sharing?
His cat, probably.
No. From the Marriott?
I can't tell what it is. What is it? We can't hear you. You're muted, sir.
Okay, we're back in session, right?
Correct.
Yeah, this is not town council business.
Thank you, sir. All right. So, review of agenda items. Mr. Burt, did you want to say anything about the agenda items? I think we're set.
Sorry, just walking back in.
That's
what's
okay.
going on?
We're on review of agenda items on number 6.
I don't have anything.
Okay, I don't either. We've been working and trying to figure out the best time to get everything fit in. However, having said that, this would be a good time to ask for my consensus, which I forgot to do at the beginning of the meeting. So I'm wondering if the council, if there's consensus of the council to move the committee of the whole meeting that is scheduled for the 24th, to cancel that one and move it to the 17th. That way you would have a week for your Thanksgiving vacation. And I've talked to Chairman Melendez of Personnel and Appointments, and he said that would work for their committee. So if there's no objection from counselors, we will cancel the 24th cow and have a cow on the 17th instead.
Sounds good.
Okay. Any objections? No? All right, very good. Thank you so much for your consensus. All right, so we are on to other business now. And this is item 7A, 2020-35-4, 32nd Town Council Rules of Procedure changes. And this starts on page 32. And I believe, and Chairman Obrey can correct me if I'm wrong, but the version that we will be voting on runs from pages 33 to 41, I believe. It's the first set.
Point of order or point, I'm not sure if that's the right one to use. Did we vote on the Personnel and Appointments Committee meeting for next year?
Yes.
Because there's Tuesday, November 16 is now going to be one of our COW meetings. I just want to point that out.
Tuesday, November 16th will be a COW meeting. Yeah, we already voted that one. So you're thinking that that needs to be adjusted?
No, not necessarily. I didn't think that we had voted on it yet. That's all.
Yeah, we did. We voted that before we went to break.
Okay.
Okay. So Chairman Obrey, should they be, so we'll yield to Chairman Obrey, but Councilors Bumgardner and Parker are also members of the Rules Committee. So I was looking at pages 33 through 41 as the rules that we would be having a discussion tonight. Is that the correct section?
I will have to ask for assistance as I do not have a screen to look at. All I have is the copy that went out to everybody.
Okay. So Councilor Bumgardner or Parker, is it 33 through 41?
That's my understanding, Madam Mayor. I'm sorry, Councilor Parker.
Oh, no, it's okay.
Is that correct, Councilor Parker?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor to adopt the rules that the committee brought before us. So Chairman Obrey, I'm going to turn it to you, yield the floor to you, and you could lead us in this discussion, please.
Okay, well, we put it out to everybody so that everybody would have time to review it. The first one we put out was too long, too confusing. We went back and we've tried to make it as simple as possible. I didn't hear from anybody saying they had objections, had questions or anything, so I could be a little more prepared. So I'm just going to say that we're open for abuse, and we'll turn it over for questions.
Thank you. I had a couple just clarification kinds of things. And
Okay.
I'm scrolling through right now, and then maybe the committee could guide me on this. So if you look at page 36 and 37, please. And this is Rule 8, Rules of Order. Rule 8A, Rules of Order, mentions the 11th edition of Robert's Rules. And then Rule 8B3 notes the 12th edition. So I'm not sure if that was intentional, or which one you would like us to be functioning under. I don't imagine there's much variation in the various the rules, but I will let you answer
Chairman,
that. I'll give you my second one.
Chairman Obrey, may I answer that?
Please do.
Okay. There was an update. The 12th edition came out, but we were originally working under the 11th edition. I compared the two. It's the same information. It can be noted as the 11th edition or the 12th edition. I have both books sitting right here next to me, and the verbiage is exactly the same. We just wanted to let everyone know there is a 12th edition that came out, I believe, last month in October, as we were reviewing everything.
Thank you, Councilor Parker.
And P.S., there are no page numbers in edition 12, so you would have to note it by the subsections.
Okay, thank you. So my next question, and again, this goes to the committee members, is for Rule 8D4. And this is regarding, it states that council meetings, councilors are limited to 2 terms of 3. The last sentence in 8D4 says merely asking a simple, quick question or making a brief suggestion is not counted as speaking in debate. Could somebody on the committee provide an example of what a quick, brief question would be, please?
Did you say 20 or did you say 22?
I don't think I said either.
Oh, no. That's an example of a brief question.
Oh, okay, I got you. Oh, very good. Thank you. I got it. Thank you. That's very helpful. All right, so we're all on that. And then I had one more.
Yeah.
And this is Rule 9, committees and referrals.
Yeah.
Rule 9F.
F, like
F as in Frank, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. So it says referrals to committee are made by the mayor. Any councilor may request a referral at a meeting. If there is no objection, the referral shall be made to the requested committee. If there is an objection upon the request of 3 councilors, the referral shall be made. A brief written explanation of the intent of the referral shall be provided to the council by the next meeting. I would ask and suggest, and perhaps you can, maybe there's a reason why you stated it this way, but I would say if there is an objection, the brief written explanation should be provided to the council when asking for support of the referral request, rather than by the next meeting. So if there's objection and councilors have to go looking for support, I would think it would be an excellent idea for the councilor requesting the referral to provide the brief explanation when they're asking their fellow councilors for support. And I'm not sure if that was what the intention was, and perhaps I'm misreading it.
No, I think that's a good addition.
I agree.
Councilor Parker?
I agree.
Okay, so how do we want to do this? Do we want to just kind of concur that that will go in there, or do you want me to make a formal?
Can you send a formal email to the 3 of us?
Okay, so then that would mean that then that would not be included in the vote for this evening.
This would have to be an exception. We could do the vote, I would think, with an exception to F in section 9.
I'd be happy to make an amendment if you don't want to muddy the waters.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we could, I would certainly welcome an amendment. That way we can just insert the language now. That way we don't have to go back and.
Okay.
Councilor Parker?
I want a clear language so I can type it up. I can do it while we're speaking now then.
I can put it in, oh, maybe I can't. Let me see if I can put it in the chat box. Give me 1 second.
And I'm pretty certain any counselor tonight can make an amendment. So I don't think that's out of.
Okay.
As long as everybody types it up, because I can put it in to the next part so that if we approve them, I can get the clear language out to the next approved ones out to everyone by tomorrow.
Thank you. That's
let
amazing.
me rephrase that, by Thursday.
Okay.
Yeah, that's better. That's better.
All right. So I'm going to make a motion to amend Rule 9F to add, if there is an objection, a brief written explanation should be provided to the council when asking for support of the referral request. I so move.
Second, Bumgardner.
And I just want to write down the passage in my notes, and so that we have it for the people writing up the minutes. So that's Rule 9.
Yep.
Section F.
Correct.
And the language I read aloud, and I can read it again if necessary. That was moved by Granatosky and seconded by Bumgardner. All right. So do we want to vote each amendment as we go? I think we probably, I'm seeing some people shaking their heads no. So then
I think it's easier to go through it.
Okay.
And then we could ask for a motion for it to be accepted as noted to motions, however the wording should be.
my only concern is that there may be people that support some amendments, but not all of the amendments. And then the whole thing will fail because of that. So yeah, that's my concern. The other two members of the Rules Committee, which the chair would like us to vote everything as one, Councilor Parker and Bumgardner, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think that's the right approach to take. But I would just suggest that we don't go the direction of approving amendments all in one because of, again, as you stated, the risk of the whole rules rewrite being opposed. So, and I would ask respectfully to counselors, I understand this has been a frustrating process, but I think we have come to a pretty amicable agreement on these rules. We've gone back, rewritten them, adjusted, as Councilor Obrey stated. I've personally not heard from any counselor regarding the rule change. I understand, we had Councilor Franco at a previous rules meeting, which we appreciate and certainly welcome all counselors to participate because ultimately these are rules that have to be passed by everybody. So that was a long way of answering your question, Madam Mayor.
And Councilor Parker, what are your thoughts?
I answered it. I'm sorry.
Councilor Parker, do you have an opinion on this?
Councilor Bumgardner said it.
Okay. So then I think we should vote on this particular amendment to start with. So all those in favor of amending Rule 9F as stated, please say aye.
None of us got to chime in on it except for the Rules Committee.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. So we have, I wasn't sure if that's what the hands were for. So we had Councilor Franco and Heede. I don't know who was first.
Heede.
You're muted.
Muted, Councilor Heede.
Councilor Franco can go first. I was going to comment on that rule, but it was something else.
So I wanted to comment, as you took your turn and you picked out a couple of items that you had brought to your attention and you wanted to discuss. I have numerous things that I would like to discuss. So if we're going to go, why don't we go through it like one page at a time like we did last time? And when you had stated that that, I'm sorry, I was just distracted. When you stated that well, not you, I'm sorry, excuse me. When it has been stated that many things have been changed and compromised, in all reality, this is a brand new set of rules compared to the other ones.
No, these,
Excuse me, compared to the last set of rules.
Let's let Councilor Franco have her floor, please, and then we can discuss. Thank you.
Compared to the last draft that we received, this is very different compared to the last draft we received. I did attend the Rules Committee meeting and I attended so I could discuss these, and basically there was no business to discuss. And they had stated that the rules had been sent out to all of the counselors, and at that time it hadn't been, the new revised edition. So I couldn't discuss it with anybody because I didn't have a copy of it. So now that I have it, and I was told at that meeting, we'll discuss it at council and we'll talk about it then. So this is where I am, and that's why I'm just curious as to why last meeting we went through it page by page and went through everything, and this time we're going to go and make amendments and make motions to each thing and then vote on them each one at a time. I don't understand why we're changing the way we're approaching this now today compared to how we did it last time. Thank you.
Okay, so right now there's an amendment on the floor and we should be discussing the amendment right now. So we have Councilor Heede, Parker, and Obrey.
Point of clarification was,
yes,
I didn't have a chance to even chime in to say how the process was going to happen.
Right. And well, so I recognized you because there's an amendment on the floor, and that's what we should be discussing right now. So we have Councilors Heede, Parker, and Obrey.
My comment had nothing to do with the amendment.
Thank you. We can circle back. Parker and then Obrey.
Okay. Well, you know what? I'll wait until after the amendment because I do need to say something. It's about the meeting minutes. They were posted the next day after the meeting so that everyone has access to them. All our meetings, after we've done them, have been posted to the website so they have easy access to everything. I went back and checked the website after the last few meetings and they're posted the next day, and I confirmed with Ms. Hilton too. So everyone has access to all the meeting minutes once they're done. With the changes, if we had any changes, posted on the website with the draft.
So Councilor or Chairman Obrey.
if I might. What you have in front of you tonight, rules of procedure to govern the 32nd Town Council. I said to you that night, Rachel, we will send you a copy. It was sent to you. It was also sent again to everybody. So to say you're going to discuss it tonight, why should I bother to send it if you're not going to read it? I asked, could you send me an email? Could you send me something if there's a particular thing that's troubling? Because then it allows me the opportunity to be prepared to work with you on it. So, but you definitely got these. And if you didn't, and maybe it was because you were in Florida, something could have happened, but they went out.
Okay, so is there other discussion on the amendment? Councilor Bordelon?
I'm just confused because we haven't been talking about the amendment for a while now. So are we talking about the process or the amendment?
The amendment right now?
But everybody else was talking about the process. So I was just considering, do I have a chance to speak about the process then? Or
We're talking about the amendment right now? I yielded to the Rules Committee to defend themselves. We're back to the amendment, please.
So the amendment that's put forward, I think it's hard to vote on that amendment. I think it should be, the amendment can be put in, but I think we should, I don't agree with the voting on the amendment in that fashion. That's all. Thank you.
Councilor Bumgardner.
I'd just like to state on the record, this is a friendly amendment. This is a clarification to a specific rule. This is not a new rule, on its own island. It is germane to that section, and it clarifies that section. So I view this as a friendly amendment. Quite frankly, I think it should have unanimous support.
Thank you, Councilor Bumgardner. Any first-time speakers before we go to second-time speakers? That would be Councilor Melendez would be the only councilor who hasn't spoken yet. Do you have anything to say, or I'll go back to Councilor Bordelon?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Bordelon had her hand up first, and then Councilor Franco.
Thank you. It's not that it's not a friendly amendment. I think it's a great job everyone's done. We're moving way too quickly, in my opinion, and it's at the end of an agenda at 9:18 at night. And I just think if there's any changes as we move along, that there's some consideration taken in the process of taking. I don't want to rush a process. With no disrespect to how much work you guys have put into it, I think it's important that we just even though it was posted, part of going through this is deliberation and the back and forth, because sometimes just hearing, Councilor Obrey's opinion on why she put it in there, or Mayor Granatosky's opinion on a friendly amendment, or however, all that's part of the process. And so it just needs the proper deliberation, and sometimes it triggers a thought to go along with it. So I just don't want to rush this through at 9:15 at night just for the sake of getting it through tonight. So that's all. Thank you.
Councilor Franco.
Thank you. On October 26th, we had a cow meeting. And it's actually in our minutes. And it says, Councilor Obrey shared the next Rules Committee meeting would be on October 29th at 5:30 p.m. if any councilors wish to attend. I did attend. And when I arrived at the meeting, I was told that the rules that I had were no longer being used by that Rules Committee, that you had created a new draft of rules. And you didn't discuss any of the rules that night, really. So Aundre, point of order, you don't need to shake your head. I'm making a comment.
Councilor Franco, you have the floor, please.
That's decorum. So when I was at that meeting, you told me we would discuss it at the council. I have since that right after that meeting was over, I did receive a copy of the new rules in which I have read them, and I've written notes. So I have read these new the meeting rules. I just think that we should go through it page by page, the same way we did at the last meeting, and discuss them instead of jumping all over the place every time one councilor wants to talk about something, going all over the place. We should do it in an orderly fashion. That's all I'm asking for. Thank you.
Councilor Bordelon, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I can agree with that. It's late at night. It's 9:15. We've all been going since the early hour. So I think for, proper deliberation to, something that you guys put a lot of work into, it would be much easier to go page by page so that, you're not flipping back and forth. I even took, there's no staples in here. I'm flipping, it's not like it's 3 pages. So I think it's pretty fair. Go page by page and move through it. And as we move to the page, if there's a question on it, I think it's easier to read that way. I think we deserve the respect to read, to glance over it as a council page by page before voting it in. That's just seems like, no matter if it's been posted or not, which I have read it, but again, we're now proofing it for the second time. And this is our, first time publicly addressing it. So and that's with no disrespect. It's just, I just do think it would be easier to go page by page.
Once again, please confine our remarks to the amendment. Councilor Parker, do you have something on the amendment?
Madam Mayor, I would like for us to go ahead and move forward if we're voting on to allow that amendment. And then if everyone would like, go through each page, but everyone's had this for 2 weeks with no response. to
All right.
the council.
I'm going to interrupt Councilor Parker. I apologize for interrupting. We need to be discussing the amendment. If there is no further discussion on the amendment, I will call for a vote. We're not talking process now. We've already started the process. Is there discussion on the amendment? I will only take comments discussing the amendment. Councilor Franco, do you have discussion on the amendment?
I have a point of information on the amendment.
Yes.
There are only so many amendments allowed on a main motion. Is that correct?
Yes.
So are we going to make multiple amendments to this? More than 2 or 3? Is that allowed?
So we're going to amend this and vote on this, and then it will be accepted, and then someone else could make another amendment. So any discussion on the amendment itself? Councilor Parker. I'm sorry, was your hand up from prior? Yes. All right. So I will call for a vote on the amendment to Rule 9F. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Any abstentions?
I'm abstaining.
So we have 6 in favor, 1 opposed, Bordelon, 1 abstention, Franco. Let me do a quick count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that amendment passes. All right. So now we will open the floor if other councilors have other items that they wish to discuss. Councilor Franco, you indicated I'm sorry. All right. We had Councilor Heede before who yielded to Councilor Franco. So Councilor Heede, Councilor Franco, you two can decide who wants to go first here.
Doesn't matter to me, Councilor Franco, whatever you think.
You can go ahead. It's fine.
All right. I actually wanted to ask about the same rule number 9, letter F. And, you know, as I'm reading through, I just wanted to be clear, how do you make a referral?
Which one are you talking about, Councilor?
I just want the Rules Committee to like walk us through how we do a referral, because in the last rules, there was always confusion. And in these rules, the only one that I see is Rule 9, letter F.
Okay.
It seems like anybody can make a referral unless there's an objection, and then three councilors total have to agree to make the referral at that point. Is that right?
I don't believe that's what it says. Just a second.
I will recognize the members of the committee to respond. I'll yield to Councilor Obrey or Chairman Obrey first, but I will recognize Councilors Bumgardner and Parker to respond to the questions. Councilor Zeppieri is back at 9:26. Thank you. So we are back at 9 councilors as of 9:26. Okay. So Councilor Heede, could you just repeat? It's 9F again, correct?
Yeah, Rule 9, letter F. You know, there's just always been a little bit of confusion about, is it just anybody can make a referral, or you have to have 3 people to support it, or, you know, there's always been a question. So I just want to make sure that this is clear to everybody as to how it's written.
May I answer this one?
Yes, please, Chairman Obrey.
I think it's pretty obvious. It says here, any councilor may request a referral at a meeting. If there's no objection, the referral shall be made to the requested committee. If there's an objection upon the request, 3 councilors on the request of, I don't think we wrote it right. Thank you. Councilors, the referral shall be made.
Correct.
Okay.
It sounds correct.
I think
it's logical the way it's written.
Okay. And then a brief written explanation of the intent of the referral shall be provided to the council by the next meeting. So
Well,
I'm sorry.
Chair Obrey, we did just pass with the amendment. Instead of the next meeting, it would be immediate. Well, I can read you the exact language, and correct me if I'm wrong, Madam Mayor, but if there is an objection, the brief written explanation shall be provided to the council when asking for the support of the referral request. So instead of next meeting, that is the language we just inserted through the amendment, Mayor Granatosky's amendment.
What I'm referring to is the fact that at the very end, you have to put it in writing. You know, a brief written explanation of the intent of the referral shall be provided to the council by the next meeting. That's as far as I had gotten.
Councilor Parker?
Chairman Obrey, we just changed that part, so that one's going to be stricken out. What the referral, what we were, sorry. Our intent was that if referrals are coming in, they still have to, if we want a referral, it still has to be presented by the mayor to send out to everyone for the referral. Everything still has to go through the mayor. So when we make a referral, because you have to recognize the mayor, it should be us talking to the mayor and asking for the referral. Once they have, everyone does not, if they don't have an objection, it's going to go to the correct committee per the mayor. If there's an objection, that's when the brief written explanation is sent out to all the council members. If we're in a meeting if we're not in a meeting, all the councilors, so we can see what the explanation is, and then say, yes, I'm in support of making that referral to that committee. Does that make sense now?
That's how I understood it. The way it was just explained is how I understood it to be.
All right, I have to apologize for when you were adding to that. I didn't have an opportunity to write it all down, so that's probably what's confusing me.
Okay.
I thought it was okay the way it was to start with, and I don't have the full amendment, so
Okay.
I'm sure Councilor Parker has.
It's, yes, I will definitely type it up. I put it in the chat so people could read it though.
Okay, have it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Parker. All right, so Councilor Heede, are you set then? I'm going to go to Councilor Franco next so she can take care of her items. Thank you. Councilor Franco, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'm only going to do a couple at a time and give somebody else opportunity, I guess, to put their options in there. So mine is on, it's actually the rules on page 3 of 9. Order of business. It is number 1. We had discussions on this before. It is where it says here, it's roll call, declare a quorum, call to order. And it actually should be call to order, then roll call and declare a quorum, because it states in here that on page 2 of 9, quorum and vote, it tells you that you have the meeting and what you can do, but what you can and can't do if you don't have the quorum. Like, you can accept an adjournment or fix a time and place for the next meeting, and it shall be adopted by less than 5 affirmative votes. So call to order coming first was correct, because you actually called meeting to order basically. And if you don't have it, then you can adjourn it, or you can set a time for the next meeting.
May I explain that one?
Yes, please.
Because this is actually the town council and the committee of the whole meetings are 2 different items. Town council meetings, if you go back and look at your packet from 11:4, the order is different. It goes roll call, declare a quorum, and call to order under a town council meeting. The section that we're looking at that you just stated is under town council, how the town council meeting would go. Committee of the whole is different. It does go call to order, roll call, and then calendar and then communications. So there is 2 different items we're discussing. That's why further down under committees, it's different.
Okay, so town council even, it states that so on rule 4, when it's saying
if we don't have enough people, we can recess for up to 30 minutes. So should we not call the meeting to order and then recess for 30 minutes, waiting to have a quorum?
According to what section you're looking at again, Councilor Franco?
I went back to the rule 4 where it says quorum and vote. And that is under, I believe, it's under B and C. It talks about the 30-minute wait time. So that's why I'm just saying we call to order if we don't have a quorum, and then we do roll call, and then we do call a quorum. So
If I might. What we're talking about now, if I understand correctly, is rule number 7 under A, correct?
yeah, number 1, yeah.
Wait, she said, Chairman Obrey said rule 7. You just said rule 4.
Right, I was talking, that's what I was talking about originally, is rule 7, number A, number 1, and how they're in order of roll call, declare a quorum, call to order.
Right.
Call to order should be first, because you call a meeting to order. And then I'm referencing back to rule 4 on page 2, where it states you can have a recess for 30 minutes and wait for a quorum. So I'm thinking call to order should be first.
I believe that Ms. McAllister, our town clerk, said it went this way, that roll call is done first, declare the quorum, and call to order. This is only under town council, not under committee of the whole meetings.
I believe this section changed at all from the current rules? I think it's pretty standard.
No, that did not change.
Okay, thank you.
All right, well, this was a discussion we had at our last meeting also that was going to be looked into. So that's why I'm bringing it back up, that I had thought call to order was something that you do first because you can, and I'm referencing back to rule 4 where you have a quorum and a vote and some of the issues, and where it even says in there things you can't do if you don't have a quorum and things you can do when you don't have a quorum. So you call the meeting to order first. So, and if you don't have a quorum, then you can adjourn or you can set a time for the next meeting or whatever. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Or you could wait, give it a 30-minute recess. So that's why I'm saying I think call to order should be first. If you don't agree, we'll move on.
We've had this discussion with the town clerk and we did research it. And according to her and what we've looked up, it is the way it's been established. Roll call, declare a quorum, and call to order.
All right, thank you. And I don't see anywhere in here under order of business and agenda, under rule 7, unfinished business has not been added.
That was not discussed, and it is similar to other business. That was our thought process.
I would like to add unfinished business to our agenda.
I'm sorry, it was removed in like 2015. We've pulled back all of the rules back from the last few years and noted that it was not there. It was dropped off or changed under different rules. So hence why we moved forward with other business. We went back and reviewed all those old rules just to confirm when it was changed.
Okay. Can we add it back in? Because unfinished business and other business are 2 different types of businesses, basically.
What's your
If
definition?
I can clarify what makes them different, Councilor Franco?
As we had a rules meeting at one time and we adjourned and we were supposed to come back, and as I had looked up in Robert's Rules of Order, it's supposed to go on unfinished business, and we didn't have it on our agenda. So it created an issue, and it actually said we were supposed to bring it up right after any ceremonial issues. If we had adjourned during a business, we were supposed to do it right after ceremonial issues. And instead, it was put under other business. And the town attorney had chimed in, but as I had discussed with the town manager, he had not fully researched it. So I had researched it, and it says we were supposed to bring it in under ceremony, right after ceremonial issues, or in unfinished business.
Could
and if
you
we didn't have unfinished business, it was supposed to go right after ceremonial issues. But
could
we
you
took-
point out which section that is under Robert's rules, please? So I can pull it up.
I'll grab my book. Hold on one moment.
Thank you. Because I believe when we discussed it, it was we confirmed that other business and unfinished business, at least in my mind, were the same thing. We're just continuing that other business. We were going back to it because unfinished business sounds like we've never even touched it, or we touched it, we just didn't complete it. It was either me personally thought other business sounded better. I don't know what the other the committee members.
We were together on our feelings about it.
The other thing is we default to Robert's rules when there is no town council rule.
Right.
So if the town councilors decide that we want to have an item called other business, then we would default to our rules, and we only fall back to Robert's when there is no town council rule. So as it is right now, the Rules Committee is presenting us with the rules that have an item called other business.
Rachel, may I?
Yeah, I just got my book. Thank you. Go ahead. Do you have a question?
Yeah, yes. I'm going down through here and orders of business. And what you're saying is under 9 and 10, you're looking for, what is it you're looking for to have in there?
I'm asking to put unfinished business at the beginning of our meeting, right after consent calendar. Or after communications reports and any kind of ceremonial issues, yes. Right before new business.
And what was the chair and the two members of the Rules Committee, if you would just restate, I believe Councilor Parker already stated this, but if you want to restate the rationale for doing it the way you chose to do it?
Well, we thought that new business and other business really would cover most anything. But I mean, it's not anything we're hard and fast about. If somebody feels that, you know, if the consensus feels it needs to be there, well, do an
Councilor
amendment.
Bumgardner, did you want to chime in on this?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with the language that we have.
So Councilor Franco, did you wish to make an amendment at this point?
Well, I have Robert's Rules of Order right here, and I can read it if you'd like, or if you would like the page number.
Councilor Parker had asked for that, but I'm asking you if you'd like to make an amendment, because it doesn't sound like there is much will to change it. But if you'd like to make an amendment, we can take a vote on it.
Sure, I'd like to make a motion to put unfinished business after committee reports as item number 9 on the agenda.
So this is Rule 7. Rule 7. And you want to insert, could you state that again, please, just so people can write it down?
I would like to insert unfinished business after Rule 9 on the agenda.
After Rule 9.
So we would change that. We could have a 10 new business and 10B unfinished business.
Wait, okay, hold on. I want to clarify, please. We're on Rule 7, letter A. And the request is to insert prior to Roman numeral 10.
Right.
Unfinished business. Is that correct, Councilor Franco?
That's correct.
Is there a second?
Second, Bordelon.
Moved by Franco, seconded by Bordelon. There's already been discussion on this by the maker of the amendment.
I would like to speak on my amendment.
Go ahead.
I am on Robert's Rules of Order, 11th edition, page 236. It says further rules and explanations, and it says the effect of adjournment on pending business. And I'm going to read A, where it says, when the adjournment does not close the session, as when an adjournment meeting has been set or in a meeting of a convention except for the last one, business is immediately resumed at the next meeting at the point where it left off, except where there is a first be brief opening ceremonies or reading of the minutes. And it goes on, and there's other things here, but it's supposed to be the first topic of business you take up if you left off there. So that's why I'm asking for unfinished business to be put at the beginning of our business.
So Councilor Bumgardner, you had your hand up?
That wouldn't happen during a council meeting. A regular council meeting, that would not take place. What you're thinking is that would happen that could presumably happen during a COW meeting. But that set of rules you're referencing now does not apply. We don't have it, even in that, within those rules, if you look at number 5 and 6, receipt of citizens' petitions, comments, and concerns, responses to citizens' petitions, comments, and concerns. We don't partake in that during COW meetings. So what those rules apply to the council meetings, not COW. And so I understand your intent, but in reality, it wouldn't work.
Councilor Bordelon, you have your hand up?
Am I speaking to Rachel's?
You're speaking to Councilor Franco's amendment.
Oh, my hand was up before the other thing to speak in turn. So, yeah, no, I don't have anything to say about her amendment.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, we will vote on Councilor Franco's motion to insert unfinished business prior to Roman numeral 10 in Rule 7. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed?
Aye. Nay,
Aye.
I mean.
Obrey, Bumgardner, Zeppieri, Granatosky. Any abstentions?
Parker, you forgot Parker and the no.
Wait. Heede, how are you voting, Heede? Opposed? Parker, how are you voting?
Opposed.
Melendez, how are you voting?
Melendez opposed.
Councilor Bordelon, how are you voting?
Abstaining.
That motion fails. 1 in favor, 7 opposed, 1 abstention. Councilor Franco, do you want me to go to Councilor Bordelon next, or did you wish to continue?
You can come back to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Bordelon, you had your hand up on another issue, you said.
Yes, I'm not sure under which section to add it because it's in here a couple times, but I know that a lot of people have spoken about only having the opportunity to speak under public comment once per month. So I guess I'm looking for clarification of where that could be inserted as a suggestion if that was such. I think that I think it's important that people have the right to come speak, and I think more than once per month is sometimes not enough. If it falls on that one day and you have childcare issues or you have to work late, you can send in a letter, and as it was stated many times at the council meeting, it's not always read into the record. So I think it's important that we open up the opportunity for people to speak. So I think it should be more than once per month.
Councilor Bordelon, are you wishing to make an amendment?
Yes, I'd like to make an amendment.
And to which rule are you amending?
Under public comment.
Which rule, please? We need the number and section so that the town staff can clarify everything and so the rules committee can track everything.
Could I ask Councilor Bumgardner for a suggestion of where, because I know it comes up redundant. It says it, which part would I have to attach it to? That's what I was asking for help with.
Hey, Councilor Bordelon. I'm looking now. I think maybe Councilor Parker or Chair Obrey may need to give me a hand on
Wherever I see the public comment on here twice, so I don't know where you'd like me to insert it or recommend it. That's what I'm asking.
So it's your amendment, so you can make whatever motion you would like, Councilor Bordelon.
Ray, for just clarification, I'm speaking to the committee and just asking would there be a better spot? I'm not saying they agree with it.
That's up to you to pick the select section you would like it under.
Yeah, all right. I have it under, actually I have it noted in 2 spots, so let me just flip back over. Hold on 1 second, sorry. You can come back to me if you want. I'll flip through here. You can come back to me.
Any other counselor? Counselor Obrey.
I think for what you're talking about, I don't know, you'd be changing the whole process that we have. So I think that should be something that should be a separate conversation. If you want to put in writing what you think should be changed and where you feel it should be, that would be much easier to approach it. And I wouldn't suggest that we go forward with trying to find a spot for it tonight.
Councilor Bumgardner.
Yeah, and I would suggest, I think that's something that is a reasonable suggestion. I do think it is so substantive that we would need to vet it a little more in depth. And so even if you were to make, I would suggest that you would make a referral back to us and we would look into it immediately and find resolution. And I would support that referral as well. That way we do the due diligence. Because I think that it is a comprehensive change, but I think it is something worth exploring. And that we, from what I recall, we did not discuss in depth at all. But I think it's a suggestion worth merit that we should again give due diligence to.
Sorry,
Councilor Parker.
Just as a reminder that the rules of order under number 7 is only speaking about town council where the people can come and speak. We would have to change the whole thing under committee of the whole committee meetings. And hence why Councilor Bumgardner said we would have to go back and research it. Because if we allow public access, public petitions or hearings for them, we would have to make sure that we give adequate time. It's an in-depth research to do that. Because committee of the wholes are totally different. Even under Robert's rules, it's different.
Councilor Franco, did you wish to speak?
Yeah, I'd like to speak on Councilor Bordelon's topic. I think it could be put in under page 8 under citizens petition, and maybe you could put something in there.
Could you please specify the rule number in the section?
It's rule number 11, citizens petition. There are 3 items in there, and maybe she can find somewhere to put it in there if she so chooses.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's kind of, I know I brought it up when I rewatched the meeting.
Excuse me, Councilor Bordelon. We need to be clear if Councilor Franco is making an amendment first.
No, I'm helping her find an area that she's been asking for.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Parker, did I hear you?
Yes, citizens petitions is rule number 11 is clarifying rule 7, under rule 7, orders of the meeting, that clarifying that section where it states under section A, 7A, subsection, forgive me, I'm looking for it. I'm going page 3. Number 5, receipts of citizens petitions, comments, and concerns is clarifying that section. It's an in-depth clarification.
Thank you, Councilor.
It's still under town council meetings, not committee of the whole meetings.
Councilor Heede.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to caution about adding citizens petitions to a committee of the whole meeting. The meetings can be quite long. And it isn't that we don't want to hear from the public, but it's that the council meeting is a better time to do it. I mean, obviously it would be nice if they came in and gave us their opinion while we were talking about things, but during the cow, but it just, I think it could add, usually it's 1 or 2 people, but it could be 30 people, you know, so I think it would add a lot of, I wouldn't support it. That's all.
Okay, well, there's nothing to support because there's no amendment on the floor at this point. So
No, I know, it was an idea that was put out there, so I just wanted to be clear about that.
thank you. Councilor Bordelon, did you wish to speak?
Yes, thank you, Councilor Franco, and thank you, Councilor Parker, for your clarifying points. I guess, you know, one of the things when I was elected, and I heard many times, is lack of access to public comment. And so if we're here for the people, then it shouldn't matter how many people come out and how long they're here, because that's what we're tasked to do. And I think making sure people have proper accessibility to be able to voice their concerns, unless we entertain an idea to make sure that every comment that is received is read into the record, because I don't feel that we take the written responses in the same level that we do if you actually have it, you know, you're able to speak into the record.
Point of clarification, Councilor Bordelon, are you wishing to make an amendment?
I'm speaking right now. Why can I not speak right now? Okay, but can I not speak right now, or is I just?
You can, but there are other people that also wish to make amendments. So did you wish to make an amendment?
Why, once again, when I'm speaking, are you rushing me along? So if you want to move to the next person, come back to me, then I'll keep my hand up and I'll wait. Thank you. I'm tired of being rushed. You constantly, as soon as I get to speak, you say there's other counselors that need to speak. So.
Councilor Franco, you have the floor.
I am under Rule 7, and I would like to question, it's number 11, and it states, suggestion to have counselors report on any events they attend here and or upcoming events under other business. And so I'm wondering what the Rules Committee, are they changing it from where counselors, where we normally do it in the beginning of the meeting? Are they asking us to do it towards the end of the meeting? What is the thought process here?
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I think it was just because we're at the end of the meeting, because I know we say things at the beginning, but if we have upcoming events, just to remind people that there's something coming up at the end of the meeting also at the same time, because we tend to have long meetings and people may forget that there's an upcoming event, is why it was a suggestion.
All right, so it's optional under communication and under other business.
Hence the word suggestion. Yes, ma'am.
All right, I just didn't know if it was a suggestion, meaning we had to decide tonight if we were going to move it there. I just wasn't sure what that meant. Thank you. Can we go on to, I guess it's Rule 7, number C, where it says agenda, town council. Can somebody clarify this for me, please? This agenda, town council, only items reported from a committee with approval recommended by a majority of the committee members present shall appear on the agenda. Action on any other items shall require suspension of the rules and shall comply with FOIA.
Freedom of information. Yes. That's only for town council agenda items. So we would have to suspend the rules if we want to add an item to discuss that night. And we all would have to be in agreement that we can talk about that agenda item, non-agenda item. Let me clarify that. If you're bringing up a new topic, we would have to suspend the rules according to Robert's rules.
So if I may jump in, this is just for council meetings. So this is just clarifying how we normally do things. Everything that appears on a council agenda comes through a committee at some point. And I think that's what this rule is saying.
Right. I didn't understand exactly what it meant by, like, maybe we should change like just the topic of it to non-agenda items or non, I don't even know how to say it. Like what Councilor Parker just said. It's something that's not normally on the agenda, so, or on that night's agenda, and we wanted to add to it. Maybe call it suspension of rules. I don't know. It wasn't clear when I read it because I was like, what is this?
Can I say this has been here for more than several years. This item, this is probably more than 10 years worth of being on part of the rules in my review. And I have to thank Town Manager Burt for assisting us on that part. It's, like it says, only items that we've discussed in committee are brought forward to the town council. So any new items, action on any other items shall require suspension of the rules. Unless you say any action on any new items, we can say that, but all the other items we've already discussed in a committee of the whole. If that's the word you want me to change it to, because it's, so action on any new items shall require suspension of the rules and comply with FOIA.
Okay.
So just to insert the word new, is it, Councilor Franco, is that acceptable if they just insert one word there?
That's fine. I was just, honestly, I didn't know what it meant when I was reading it in relation to the meeting, because.
Is the council of consensus that we can insert the word new there without having a vote? Is there any objection to inserting the word new there without a vote?
Right in front of items, action on any other new items?
Councilor Franco, was that the intent?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And there's no objection, correct, Council?
Can you read that once more, please?
It said, oh.
Action on any other new items shall require suspension of the rules and shall comply with FOIA, is how I understood it.
Right.
Okay. All right.
And then
in progress. Councilor Zeppieri, we haven't heard from you.
Yeah, I'm just concerned about inserting the word new. It specifies a class of motions or considerations for the council. And the only other action that could be considered by the council is a new action, and that would be something that has never been considered before. There are times, I think, when, or there could be times when something would be brought up from a prior meeting, even a year before. That would not be a new item. And there's no provision for admitting an other item other than new. A new item would be an item other than the items that have been considered by committee and referred to the council. So I think the word new is under other as a generic inclusion. But if you add the word new to it, that means that nothing but new items can be considered in addition to what has been brought forth from a committee. So I think the way it's worded is probably the best way to do it.
All right, Councilor Zeppieri, you convinced me. Councilor Franco, did you wish to make a formal amendment so we could vote on it?
May I ask, Councilor Zeppieri, would unscheduled be better term?
I'm happy with other, but unscheduled is as open a word as other, I think, and would work just as well.
Thank you. I'd like to make.
I don't think it adds or detracts from other.
Okay, give me 1 second to write. All right, so right now it's 10:01, guys. So technically, I need consensus to continue. Is there a consensus to continue? We're so close. I see no objection. All right, Councilor Franco, if you could please give us the section and the language you want us to use, please.
Section Rule 7, Section C, under Agenda. I'd like to, in the second sentence, insert the word unscheduled prior to items shall require.
Okay, let me just repeat it. So we are in, whoops, I clicked the wrong thing. Section 7, order of business and agenda. Section C, and you wish to insert the word unscheduled prior to which word again, please? Any other before items? Is that where it was, Councilor Franco?
I'm sorry, right before other. I'm sorry, you're correct. Action on any unscheduled other items.
Okay, so Rule 7, Section C, insert the word unscheduled items. Any other scheduled items?
All right, can I read that back to you guys, please?
Well, I want to hear it from Councilor Franco first, and then I'll have you read it back, Councilor Parker.
Action on any only items reported from the committee with approval recommended by a majority of the committee members present shall appear on the agenda. Action on any unscheduled items. Remove, actually, I would like to make my motion to remove the word other and insert unscheduled.
Right, that seems like a simpler way. All right, so is there a second?
Second, Bordelon.
Strike other, insert unscheduled. Moved by Franco, seconded by Bordelon. Councilor Parker?
No, I got it.
You got it? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so then we will take discussion on this amendment now. Councilor Heede, do you have discussion on this amendment?
Yes, actually, I wanted to, if I could direct a question through the mayor to
I need a
Councilor
quick
Zeppieri.
wording. I'm trying to.
I'm sorry?
I wanted to ask I wanted to ask Councilor Zeppieri if that was what he said made sense, was because I didn't quite follow that, to use other or unscheduled.
Said neither.
Yeah, he was content with other. Councilor Zeppieri, did you wish to answer Councilor Heath's question as to your thought?
Other unscheduled, that just means it makes it specific that we're talking about items that have not been on the agenda and referred by committee. So there would be unscheduled items that are brought up for the council. And I can only see that in the case of an emergent problem. But I don't think it detracts from the general meaning of the rule as it was stated before, and it makes it a little, I think it may make it simpler to understand. So I'm pretty neutral against this, but I would, if that would please people to put that in there, I would go along with it.
And again, may we clarify Councilor Franco's intent with this rule change?
Yes, please, Councilor Franco, would you clarify your intent, please?
My intent is to make it clear because I didn't understand it when I read it, exactly what the intent was of the rule.
So what are you trying to make clearer?
That it's,
Through you, Madam Mayor.
I read it and my note says, what is this? It's not clear. I don't understand, like I didn't understand what it even meant. So when I'm reading it, and then when I got clarification from Councilor Parker, I understood better. And then I'm adding unscheduled to make it even clearer, I think, so that instead of saying an action on any other items, other could be numerous different things.
Right.
I'm saying unscheduled, meaning it's not on the agenda. It's those topics. So I wanted to make it clear that it wasn't topic. It's an unscheduled item. That's all. It didn't make sense to me when I read it. I just don't understand. That's my intent, is to just make it clear.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is there any discussion on this amendment? Councilor Bordelon, you have your hand up. Is there discussion on this particular amendment?
Nothing right now.
Thank you. Seeing none, we will vote on Councilor Franco's amendment, which is to Rule 7C, the agenda, striking the word other and inserting the word unscheduled. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so we have Zeppieri, Heede, Franco, Bumgardner, Bordelon, Parker,
Melendez.
Melendez is aye. Granatosky is aye. Parker and Obrey, how do you vote on this?
I'm going to abstain from it.
Obrey is an abstention. Parker?
Aye.
And Parker is an aye. So we have 8 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 abstention. That amendment passes. All right, very good. We are at 10:07. Councilor Bordelon, I see your hand. Do you wish to have the floor?
Yes, I had another question on section. Is that what you're asking? Is it time to ask questions or am I?
Yes.
Okay. Looking at the section under the citizens petition again, it would just seem to me that like it could say something to the effect of citizens petition shall be accepted under that section without responses.
Can you give a number, please?
Rule 11.
Yeah.
In language in there, would it qualify if it just said that there's, public comment, like two Tuesdays a month? Let me just look under.
Okay.
Bordelon, are you making an amendment?
I'm thinking out loud. I'm looking at my notes here. But you can go ahead and chime in if you'd like. Go ahead.
May I?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
In Rule 11, Citizens Petition, Section A, it states, under Section 5.3 of the Town Charter, the order of business at a regular council meeting shall provide for citizens' petitions. This is coming from the Town Charter. It does not state that it has to be at a committee of the whole. So we're only doing this at town council meetings. In order to make those type of changes, we would have to review the Town Charter.
Okay, so Councilor Parker, as a member of the Rules Committee, you're saying that to make that adjustment, the Rules Committee would have to go back and review the charter and see if you could make this work. So it's not a simple amendment. Is that what I'm understanding you to say?
Yes, ma'am. It actually says it right there in Section A, because we're looking at Section 5.3 under the Town Charter to provide us regarding citizens petitions.
Right. So then Councilor Parker, Chairman Obrey, and Councilor Bumgardner, your recommendation, if Councilor Bordelon wishes to pursue this issue, would be for her to make a separate referral to the Rules Committee. Is that what I'm understanding, or do you have a different take on this?
No, separate, please.
That would be my suggestion, and that way we can do our due diligence and the attention it deserves, because I think it's it has merit.
Okay.
And I think that if you're going to ask for an amendment to this, you're going to have to. It would have to go to a change of the town charter. That's not an easy thing to do.
That's why I was asking for clarification the way I'm reading it, because it just seems like it's very limiting that a charter would only allow constituents to only speak once a month. And I just want to make sure that's how that's how it reads.
If I might.
Yes, Councilor, or Chairman Obrey.
I hear what you're saying, but I want you to remember that the town charter, when was the last time we did it, Patrice? Well, you did it, not me, but it took months.
Two years, Councilor or Chairman Obrey.
Oh, so this isn't something that you just go and say, gee, I'd like to change this on the charter. You're going to have a charter revision committee. And
I wasn't saying that I was saying we should do that. I was asking for clarification if I'm reading that correctly, because I think that the charter would be very limiting, but I'm not saying we have to go to a charter. I was seeing if there's a way, and if there's not, then that suffice. My next question would be, page 8 of 11, the 3-minute part. I just wanted to clarify if you guys could just explain exactly.
Can you give the section, please?
It's right at the top of the page of 8 of 11. That's what I have in front of me.
It's 8 of 9.
Where?
I have page 8 of 11 on mine, and maybe it gets numbered wrong. I apologize. I have page 8 of 11.
No,
Is it in council or cow?
that's page, I'm sorry, could you?
That's page 49 of the packet.
No, ma'am, that's not which one we're on.
Are we on a particular one or am I asking what I want to ask?
You're looking at the wrong set of rules.
Oh, I flipped to the wrong page. I apologize.
That's okay.
Oh,
We're working with pages 33 through 41 at this point. So if you can find it in there, we'd be happy to take a look.
Sorry about that. Let me grab you come back to me.
Okay, Councilor, well, does anybody else have anything? If not, I'll go back to Councilor Franco. Councilor Franco.
Thank you. So I am on page 5 of 9, Rule 8, Rules of Order, and I'm on letter C, number 2. And I just want some clarification maybe, where it states, it's the last sentence in number 2. It says, the motion is immediately deemed withdrawn upon request of the mover and consent of the council. Are we looking for consent of the council, or does this mean we need a vote?
Consent only.
Consent only, thank you. Then when I'm on same page, section D, debate decorum and debate limits of debate. It now, in our last meeting when we discussed this, it was, councilors were limited to 3 minutes, I guess, I believe it was 3 minutes at a time. And then you could come back numerous times and debate. I mean, that's what we're doing like tonight. I mean, we're debating on our rules. And if that was the case, we would only be allowed to come back 2 times and have 3 minutes and you're done. So this conversation about rules tonight, I mean, just take that and apply it to other items where we're in discussions on things. It says here are limited to 2 turns of 3 minutes.
That's an account. I believe that's a council meeting. Is that, Councilor Obrey, is that correct? Or Chairman Obrey, you had your hand up.
Well, it also goes on, they may speak a second time until they may not speak a second time until all councilors have the opportunity to speak. Then they can speak again if you want. You know, it's really not limiting you to 2 times. If you have 2 questions, fine. But then you move on to the next council and the next council and the next council. And when everybody's had an opportunity, then you can speak again.
Then can we remove the 2 turns?
It's exactly what we're doing now. It's just a limit of a 3-minute wording, 3-minute speaking time. The mayor has us each, she asks each of us to speak. Each person speaks and then goes around a second time. If you want a third, we can, section 5 allows us to vote on if we give you extended time or limit the time. It's been in the rules, actually. It's just an opportunity to give everyone a chance to speak or try to have a lighter meeting. It is in Robert's rules, so that we can set a time limit.
So may I just clarify? So then when we're looking at D4, we should also then look at D5, which is kind of the outlet, if you will. If there are councilors that wish to speak again after the 2 turns of 3, the council at that point then can vote to allow further discussion. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes.
So if the conversation continues, and I have already spoken my 2 times, and then I can't get the council to vote for 2/3 majority to allow me to speak a 3rd time on a topic, I just am not allowed to say anything else. Even if the conversation progresses and there might be something else I have to contribute, I am limited to the 2 times at 3 minutes apiece. So I'm allowed 6 minutes on a topic, and that's it.
That's how I'm understanding it, unless the council, as a 2/3 group, decides that we want to continue the debate. Is that what the Rules Committee intended? Let's take it to you guys and let you give us your intention.
I think that the biggest thing we were trying to do was, when we are discussing it, to make sure that everybody's having an opportunity. And you have 2 times of 3 minutes, so you got 6 minutes to discuss something virtually, and then you move on. But we get caught up with councilors asking question. They don't even go back to the mayor and ask for, can I ask another question? We were just trying to get it so it flowed better than it has been.
And I don't have a problem. Let's just say, when you had at our last meeting, when we discussed this, I didn't have a problem when you said, speak for 3 minutes, allow other people to have an opportunity to speak. You come back for another 3 minutes. Other people can speak. But that's it. That's what this is now saying. This is different terminology stating you're only allowed 2 turns, unless I can get a 2/3 majority to vote for me to be able to speak again, or open the discussion up for all of us to speak more than 2 times. So that's what I'm having an issue with. I think it's limiting debate. And if there's a hot topic and I speak twice towards the beginning of the debate, and towards the end, I want to say something else, I won't have that ability unless I get people to be able to vote for me, or vote to say, open the discussion, that I can speak more than twice.
Okay, I'm going to jump in and just ask, the way Councilor Franco is stating it, that is the intention of the committee, correct? Yes, okay. So then, Councilor Franco, I would say to you, would you like to make an amendment at this point?
I'd like to make an amendment to
Okay, go
remove,
slowly, please.
I would like to make an amendment
What rule is it?
to set Rule 8, letter D, Section 4.
Rule 8, letter D, Roman numeral 4.
Yeah. And remove the words 2 turns of.
You want to remove the words 2 turns of. So it would read, the councilors are limited 3 minutes on each question.
Yes.
That makes it more, that's fine.
Wait a minute, I'm not done.
That makes it more severe.
I'm not done.
So you might, I think that it's your amendment. So we are on 8D, Roman numeral 4.
Yeah, I'm not, hold on. And I would like to remove Section 5.
Okay, so you're not on Roman numeral 4, you want to remove 8D, Roman numeral 5?
On D4, I'd like to remove the words limited to 2. I want to remove 2 turns of, so that it reads as a councilor.
2 turns of.
That you're limited to 3 minutes each on any question.
Can you,
They may not speak a second time until other councilors have had the opportunity to speak, and the same limits apply to discussions on each amendment. Merely asking a simple question, quick question, and then remove Section 5 to say that you have to have a vote, because this.
All right, hold on.
I'm sorry.
So I want to reread it to you, okay? And then we'll see if we get a second, and then Councilor Bumgardner is wanting to jump in. So on Rule 8D, Roman numeral 4, you wish to remove the words 2 turns of and also strike Roman numeral 5. Is that your motion, Councilor Franco? See, they didn't have an easy job, did they?
No, I understand it's not easy by any means, and I think they did, a great job. It's just.
Is that the correct motion, Councilor Franco? Because I'll try to give you a second.
For the essence of, you take your 3 minutes let
We
the
need to-
conversation flow, but you're allowed to come back unlimited times. And that's what I'm trying to get to the essence of here.
But I need exact words.
I know, that's why I'm trying to keep reading it. And every time you're talking to me at the same time. So I'm trying to figure it out. A council meeting, councilors are limited to 3 minutes each. And not speak.
Councilor Bumgardner is requesting that this be put into writing.
Okay. I'm just sort of removing 3 words in one section. Why does it have to be in writing?
Because that's in the rules and I'm requesting it as such.
All right, so now I'm going to type, I want me to type it in what, email or?
Yes, please, Councilor Franco.
Excuse me?
Yes, please, Councilor Franco.
Okay.
Would you be satisfied if it went into the chat window so you could read it that way, Councilor Bumgardner, or are you requesting an email? If you're
Yes, please,
requesting-
just as you did, Madam
Okay.
Mayor.
If you would type it into the chat there, that way we could all see it, and that is part of the record, what goes into the chat. So we still have open records.
Was there a second?
No, because we don't have the language. yet.
Language there, okay. Can I ask a question?
I will go back to Councilor Franco as soon as she gets it into the bar there, but go ahead.
Clarifying question. So you want unlimited discussion time on a topic?
I would like it to be in 3-minute increments, yes, but unlimited, as we have been doing at just about every single council meeting since I've been on. Nobody's really been limited by time.
We have not had time limits, but we'll go ahead and make your motion in writing, and then we can try to get you a second, and then we'll vote on it. Chairman Obrey? Chairman Obrey?
But we're going to keep it that each time you speak, the most you can have is 3 minutes.
It's it is Councilor Franco's amendment, and then the committee will vote on that amendment. So we have to let her put her amendment forth. We'll look for a second, and then we'll vote on the amendment.
Yeah, they don't give me much room to be able to read down here.
Chairman Obrey? Chairman Obrey, are you raising your hand? I'm not sure.
Yes, I am.
Go ahead.
Can I add to that amendment, or?
She has not made the amendment yet,
Okay.
and she has the floor, so.
So I put it in writing, and I'm just changing that section 4 to say, at council meetings, councilors are limited to 3 minutes. They may not speak a second time until all other councilors have had an opportunity to speak.
And
I
then
don't even know if it should say second time or if it should say again.
So Councilor Franco has committed her amendment to writing, and it is in the chat window for everybody to read.
Let me
And-
just take out this part.
Are you adding, Councilor Franco?
Hold on.
So right,
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
that's all right. I was just going to read it aloud, but go ahead.
D4, I'd like it to state, at council meetings, councilors are limited to 3 minutes. They may not speak again until other councilors have had an opportunity to speak. And then removal of section 5.
All right. So Councilor Franco is amending Rule 8D4 to say at council meetings, councilors are limited to 3 minutes. They may not speak again until other councilors have had an opportunity to speak. And she also wishes to remove Roman numeral 5. Is that correct, Councilor Franco? Is that correct, Councilor Franco? You're muted.
I think so. I don't know if I should put the word intervals at the end of.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Bordelon. Okay.
I just had a quick clarifying removal of section D5. Is that what that says?
That is, Councilor Franco, I believe that's what you intended, correct?
Yes, and that's where you had to have the 2/3 vote to be able to speak more.
Gotcha.
Any other discussion on this amendment? Councilor Obrey.
Yeah. There's two things. On 5, it says 2/3 votes of the council are present to extend or limit the amount of time for debate. I don't think you want to take that out. It's not going one way or the other. It's opening up an opportunity to extend or limit. Why would you want to take that out?
All right,
Well,
Councilor, we have Councilor Zeppieri and Heede who wish to speak on this as well. Councilor Zeppieri?
Wait a minute, I wasn't finished. I just
I'm
asked,
sorry.
I don't know if it's appropriate or not, but to her amendment, I'd like to add something if that's possible.
We have to go.
Let's vote this amendment and then we can come back another time if we need to. Try to keep it clean. I'm sorry, I thought it was a rhetorical question, Councilor Obrey. Councilor Zeppieri?
I think that the rule as written by the committee is a breath of fresh air for us. I think that it limits the time that we can speak. If we go through 2 rounds and we haven't explored the issue adequately, the council can, as a group, say, "Hey, we need to continue this longer and go through another round of speeches." But I think generally, many of us get to the point where we know what we want to vote on a particular issue, and we find ourselves prisoners to others who just want to talk. And I'd like to get business done. And so if the majority of the council feels that we can't accomplish a reasonable vote after going through 2 passes, the council can make that vote. It only takes a couple of seconds to vote to continue.
Right.
And it could be an automatic thing. The mayor could say, "Okay, we've gone around twice. I'm taking a vote now as to whether or not the council wishes to continue with additional rounds of speeches. Then we all vote on that. It's done. It's not, and so the council isn't held captive to people who just want to talk. So I think we should leave this as is, and I think we should vote this amendment now.
Councilor Heede, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Clarification, I understood this rule to apply to the council. Is this to committee of the whole as well?
Chairman Obrey, Bumgardner, or Parker, is there a similar section for committee of the whole?
I believe there is.
Okay. Does that answer your question, Councilor Heede?
So we're looking to take it out of the council meeting, not the committee of the whole.
I believe that's what Councilor Franco's action does, because I believe that's the section that we are on, but I will yield to Councilors Bumgardner, Parker, and Chairman Obrey if I'm incorrect.
If I'm not mistaken, it applies to both.
To both?
Yes.
Councilor Parker, does it apply to both?
Yes, it's under Rule 10,
Okay,
Section J.
I stand corrected. Councilor Heede, it applies to both council and COW.
Well, let me rephrase that. There is a change under committee of the whole. It's with the consensus of the council. May be allowed more than 2 turns with consensus of the council.
So there are 2 separate sections.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, so I think in committee of the whole, you don't want to limit debate so much, but in council meeting, I think it's already been debated for the most part.
Mhm.
Actually, if I may, Madam Mayor,
Yes.
would like to clarify that I was under the impression that fell under Rule 8, the Rules of Order, and that applied to both council. The Rules of Order section applies to both COW and the regular council meetings.
So I'll go back to Chairman Obrey. Councilor Parker, does that apply to both? I know we had looked at trying to standardize the rules.
Yeah.
So they would be like between council and committee of the whole, because it was gets a little cumbersome having two sets of rules that we're operating under. So the intention of the committee was
to control the debate no matter what the meeting is.
Not so much to control the debate. It's more of being cognizant of people's time, because if we have guests, we can spend 2 hours on a topic and not get to our other sections of the meeting because we're still in debate.
okay. So I'm just looking for clarity so that people are aware of what we're doing when we're going to be voting on this amendment. So this rule that is suggested to be amended, Rule 8, applies to COW and council meetings. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's my understanding. Yes.
Yes. Okay. So the rules committee is telling us yes. Councilor Heede, does that answer your question? Yes. Okay. Thumbs up. All right. So Councilor Melendez.
Yeah, I have a question. Actually, it applies to both because in Rule 10, letter J, it says to apply Rule 8, Section D, debate, decorum, and debate limits of debate shall apply in COW. And then it says right after that, however, councilors may be allowed more than 2 turns with consensus of council. So I think if I'm reading this correctly, Rule 8, Section D, the whole Rule 8, the whole Section D, Rule 8, the whole Section D is the same as Rule J. So you wouldn't have to put, however, councilors may be allowed more than 2 turns with consensus of council. Merely asking a simple question or making a brief suggestion is not counted as speaking in debate. Because that's in Rule 8, Section D. Yep.
May I?
Yes.
Because committee of the whole is where we debate the issue, hence why however, because committee of the whole is where we talk about the issues. Town council, we should not be debating it again because we've already made our decision of the committee of the whole. Hence why there is a limit of 2 turns under town council. Committee of the whole will have more than 2 terms.
Thank
so
you.
What do you mean by consensus? Is that all?
No, not all. It just comes to consensus that they can continue asking questions or debating the issue. If we all say it's not a vote, that we're going to say, we're not voting on an amendment, we're not voting on the debate, we're voting to say, hey, I still need to say some stuff, can I have more time? And we say nay or yay. It's a consensus.
Yeah, so but like how many yays would you need? 5?
Is a consensus a majority, correct? Consensus is a majority?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So it's different from the D because D is 2/3.
Correct.
Okay. All right. I was just asking for clarification.
Okay, we have, I don't know whose hand was up first because I was going to other new people first. So we have Councilor Bordelon and Franco, whoever would like to go first.
Councilor Franco, were you before me? I don't mind if you go. No, I just think that the CAL meeting should allow for the deliberation and discussion. It has been at times where certain meetings, information comes out after. So even though we debated in a cow and then we have our next meeting, there's new information that's come out. So it doesn't leave any room for the fact that we get another thing added. I just think it's important that, so not only, as it was stated, the charter states, or, that there's not much we can do in regards to the public comment without a whole lot of changing. If we're the elected official for the voice of the constituents that only get to speak once a month for 5 minutes, there are things and times where things may need to be discussed. So I don't know. I think it's, I also think that, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Bordelon, Councilor Bordelon, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I also think that, these rules are great. And I think whatever council comes in the next time obviously can change them at any point. So, but I'm sure they won't do it right away, as it look how long, it took you guys to really put the work and effort, because there's a lot to it, a lot of language, a lot of time, a lot of flipping through. So, I mean, if we were a council of many different parties, some might not want that. You might not like that on there when you're trying to get your debate across and you're trying to defend the rights of your constituents with only all these limiting factors. So I don't know. It works great for a full Democratic council, but is this something we really want in there moving forward? I mean, if the purpose is just to limit people to speak, then so let that be the reason that we do it. But I think definitely in the cow meeting, we should allow for proper time to deliberate. And having a 2/3 vote on certain items, I don't think that's fair too, because if the majority of the people have a view on something and it is the actual time to debate it, if you don't get the 5 people to vote, then you can't speak about it again. I mean, is that how you really want to treat everybody? Like a nickel and a dime? No, you don't know, you can't, you can. I don't know. I think we're governing a little too much here with the rules. So I'm a little concerned about it. I'm not really in support of putting these such restrictions.
May I?
Especially, may I finish?
Okay, I wasn't sure if you were
No,
close.
No, I wasn't done. Putting such restrictions on a cow meeting. So if you guys want people to speak, fine, let's put the limitations on the other end. But I think the cow meeting should allow for such in a greater conversation and allow. I don't know. I just think it could be. And if we, I don't know. I just think it's, and the rules are going to be going back and forth. I think it's going to complicate things even more. But I have concerns about it. I'm done.
Councilor Franco?
Can't hear you, Councilor Franco.
Thank you. After I read it a little bit more, I'd even like to change the motion that I put out. So I'm rescinding, or I'm removing the motion, and I would like to put another one out. I'm just going
to withdraw your motion?
I'm withdrawing it. I'm making a new motion.
Is there a is the second withdrawn as well?
I'll pull back my second, yes.
Okay, so Councilor Franco has withdrawn her amendment and Councilor Bordelon has withdrawn her second.
So I'm going to send the next one, and it basically this is what it says. Councilors shall limit comments to 3-minute intervals. They may speak again after other councilors have had an opportunity to speak. And then I'd like to remove section D5.
So Councilor Franco has committed that to writing. If everyone could take a look at the chat, please. It says, in regard to Rule 8D, Roman numeral 4, councilors shall limit comments to 3-minute intervals. They may speak again after other councilors have had an opportunity to speak. In addition, she would like to remove D5. Is there a second?
Second, Bordelon.
Thank you.
I have a point of clarification, if I may, Councilor Franco. Is this going to be for both?
Yes, you may, Councilor Bordelon. Go right ahead.
I'm sorry, was that the wrong time to ask?
What's going on? Do I have the floor?
I don't know.
Yes, you did have the floor, Councilor Franco. Councilor Bordelon asked for a point of clarification. Councilor Bordelon, your point of clarification is granted. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to ask, is this new motion that you put out for both meetings? or just for one? I just want to make sure I'm understanding in my notes here what I'm trying to understand.
And I'm going to jump in because we just had that discussion and the Rules Committee indicated that this does apply to both council and Cal. Councilor Franco, back to you. You may defend your amendment.
So the reason I'm changing this is because I don't think as elected officials, we should limit our voice. I understand sometimes people talk too much. I agree. It happens. But also we're elected officials. We're here to do a job. And I'm sorry if the meeting might go a little long, or sometimes you don't want to hear other people. But if you limit everybody to 2 times at 3 minutes apiece, that's it. It's almost like you can call in the question. That's what you're doing. If somebody asks to be able to speak again, it's at the whim of the other counselors of whether they're going to actually say, you know what, I think we've heard enough of her or him, and say, no, we're not going to allow you to speak a 3rd time. So I don't think this is good governing. I think that we have been in office for about 3 years now, and we haven't had time limits. And granted, yeah, I know people talk long, but we haven't done it. And all in all, I don't think it's been that bad. I think sometimes there have been certain meetings when people have talked a long time. I agree. But there's also, we're elected officials. I mean, we're not children. I mean, you're going to give a counselor 6 minutes to speak, basically, and then have to get approval to speak more. I mean, that's really what you're telling us.
Okay.
So I think if you're allowing citizens petition to have 5 minutes, I'm only allowed to have 6 on a topic. And when I come in, just to let you know, I don't always know where I'm going to vote. I do listen to other people and what they have to say. I don't just make my decision before I get to my meeting. So sometimes what you have to say has swayed me, to be honest with you. So that's my argument on that. Thank you.
Councilor Zeppieri.
Just a point of clarification. The new amendment says councilors shall limit comments to 3 minutes intervals. Now, an interval is a period of time between speaking. I think it should be 3 minutes of speaking time is what you mean to say. Am I correct, Rachel? Councilor Franco.
I just like it so that, like, if a topic comes up, I could speak within my 3 minutes. I'll stop and move it on. And then
my comment was that as it's written, it's probably saying something other than what you intended. Are you saying they can speak for 3 minute intervals? An interval is a period between events. It's not a period of an event. So I think you would want to change that to period. They're limited to 3 minutes of total time speaking. And I have additional comments I'd like to make, Madam Mayor, if I may, but I just wanted to see if Councilor Franco is willing to change that language.
Are you saying?
Excuse me. Let's let Councilor Zeppieri finish his comments, and then we'll come back to you, Councilor Franco, if you wish to withdraw. Councilor Zeppieri.
The other thing is the limits are not personal. The limits are not to prevent someone from speaking again. The limits are to go forward when a majority of the council feels that they have enough information to make a reasonable decision. So if we speak for 3 minutes each on going around twice, that gives us time to explore the issue. And if the council wishes to go around again and have additional exploration, the council can do that. But if a majority of the council feels that they have enough information from what's been said already that they can vote reasonably and in good conscience, then the majority should hold sway. It should not be for an individual who wants to talk more have an opportunity to talk more. It's for the majority of the council to conduct business and to move us along. That's the difference. It's the difference is in the approach that we're looking at. It's not anti-person, it's pro-group. And that's why I think that the original rule as written is preferable.
Thank you, Councilor Zeppieri. Councilor Franco, given the explanation that Councilor Zeppieri provided regarding the use of the word intervals, do you wish to take any action on your amendment?
I'd like to ask Councilor Zeppieri some questions.
Through me, Councilor Franco, to Councilor Zeppieri.
I don't want to limit the total speak time for the whole period to 3 minutes. I'd like it at an interval, like you speak for 3 minutes and then other people have an opportunity and then you can come back in another 3 minutes, and it's not a total time.
I understand what you're saying, but the way it's written, for instance, you can speak and then 3 minutes later you can speak again. That's not the case. You can speak and then after everyone else has had an opportunity to speak, you can speak again. What I think you want to say is that the shall limit comments to 3 minutes. I think you just take the word intervals out and it says council shall limit comments to 3 minutes, period. But if you put intervals, then you're saying that after you've been silent for 3 minutes, you have a right to speak again. It's the interval is the time between events, whereas what you're trying to say is that specific event when speaking should be limited to 3 minutes. I think that's what you're trying to say. I may be mistaken.
I'm sorry, I need to jump in. We just lost a counselor. It is 10:49 and Councilor Heede left, so we are at 8 counselors. So Councilor Franco, do you wish to withdraw your amendment at this point? Or are you going to leave it as is and we'll come to a vote?
I just don't want it to read as though you only have 3 minutes and that's it. You think if I take out intervals, it should,
Again, it's your amendment, Councilor Franco. If you'd like to leave it as is, we could vote on it. And if you prefer to change it, you may withdraw it if Councilor Bordelon is willing to withdraw her second.
I thought you granted me the right to discuss with Councilor Zeppieri questions.
You did, and he answered your question for you. Do you have further questions for Councilor Zeppieri?
I feel like communication's breaking down. Can I?
Bordelon, you don't have the floor.
Motion to adjourn, please.
Councilor Bordelon, you don't have the floor.
Oh, everyone seems, why continue if everyone's.
Councilor Franco has the floor, please.
Yeah, but I would like to make a motion to adjourn.
Is there a second? There is no second. Councilor Franco, you have the floor.
All right, so I guess I will take out the word interval in that motion and just leave it as is. And let's just take a vote on it. I mean, I think everybody understands what I'm asking for because this applies to both the council and to the cow.
Wait, please. So we need to fix this, okay? So if it's agreeable, Councilor Franco would like to take out the word intervals in her amendment. Councilor Bordelon, you are the second. Are you agreeable to letting her remove the word intervals from her amendment, or do you prefer we take out the whole amendment and start over?
I don't have a problem with her taking it out. I mean,
Is it the consensus of the council that that's okay, or would you prefer a whole new amendment? I don't see any objection. Okay, so.
I don't know if you wanted to put star and delete intervals, like, because you said this is part of the public record, so that way it's written. That's up to you.
So then we are at, Councilor Franco, I'm going to read this, all right, and you tell me if we're good. Councilor Franco would like her amendment to read, councilors shall limit comments to 3 minutes. They may speak again after other councilors have had an opportunity to speak, and the removal of Roman numeral of D5. Is that correct, Councilor Franco?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
I think everybody understands the intent.
Yes, and Councilor Bordelon, you're okay with seconding that?
Yeah, I second.
Second stands, Councilor Councilor Bordelon?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay, great. So then we will vote on this amendment. All those in favor, please say aye. Or
Aye.
raise your hand,
Aye.
please. Raise your hand. Councilor Franco? Councilor Bordelon? Any other ayes? All those opposed, please raise your hand. Obrey? Zeppieri? Bumgardner? Parker? Melendez, how do you vote?
Nay.
And Granatosky, any abstentions? There are no abstentions, so that fails. 2 in favor. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's not right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 opposed, 0 abstentions. The amendment fails. All right, we are at 10:53. We can take a vote on the rules as they stand and let the committee go back and process everything and bring them to us, and we will vote at the next council meeting if there's no objection. Councilor Bordelon, you have your hand up, or is that from prior?
It was from prior, but I have a question. So we're basically saying that the next draft would come back to us with the amendments in place, and then we'd rediscuss. Is that what you're asking?
It would come back to us at the council meeting because this is committee of the whole.
So you want to vote and be done with it for tonight, is what you're saying?
I'm asking if that's the will of the council.
Well, I think we personally need more time with it. I don't think it's ready yet.
So that's one person who thinks it needs more time. Councilor Franco, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I have more questions because there's been other things that have been added to this, and I'm going page by page, and we're only on, I just flipped the page to number 6, and I have questions on that page as well.
Councilor Bumgardner raised his hand. I'm going to see what he has to say, please.
And I'd also like to note that we have, in our previous rules committee meeting, discussed this ad nauseum and provided an opportunity for feedback for days. So certainly would have welcomed this feedback on the rules. So that didn't happen. It is almost 11 o'clock. Please, can we, we've discussed this over and over again, and I understand people's concerns, but you've had the opportunity to vocalize them. So I strongly suggest we can just put this to a vote. We've discussed this. Again, hats off to my fellow Rules Committee members for, working on these rule rights for months now. But now this is where we are talking about our delay tactics here. And we want no part of it. And I can see that counselors are disagreeing.
No, that's decorum. Point of order, decorum.
No,
motivation.
You're not to interrupt me, Councilor Franco.
All right, enough, please.
To adjourn?
Enough, please. Councilor Bumgardner has the floor.
I'm all set, Madam Mayor.
Motion to adjourn.
Councilor Bordelon has made a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
I think it's time to go.
Second.
It's time to get out.
There's a motion to adjourn by Bordelon, seconded by Franco. Before I call for a vote, keep in mind, we will have to come back to this again at yet another council meeting. All those in favor of adjournment, say aye.
Aye.
Raise your hand, please. Raise your hand if you want to adjourn. Franco, Bordelon. All those opposed? Obrey, Zeppieri, Bumgardner, Parker, Melendez, Granatosky. Any abstentions? The motion to adjourn fails. Councilor Zeppieri, you haven't spoken as much.
I'd like to move that we approve the changes to the rules in accordance with the amendments that have been approved, be brought to the next council meeting.
Second, Bumgardner.
I'm going to go to Councilor Parker on this. Councilor Parker, is that an appropriate motion during committee of the whole?
One moment, please.
I know, that's what I need to. Or Councilor Obrey or Bumgardner? I don't recall.
Um,
I'm looking. I'm not seeing anything off the top of my head that would prohibit that.
Sounded good to me.
Okay,
Is this calling the question?
yes. And I'm looking through committee procedures. And Councilor Parker is looking through. I trust Councilor Chairman Obrey and Councilor Bumgardner are also.
I got one that says quit and go home.
All right, so is there, I'm not.
I believe you could only call the question in the town council, I thought, or was it the committee?
I'm not, I don't know if it's the other way around or not, and that's why I was deferring to the Rules Committee on this one.
I'm sorry. Yeah, yes, I believe Councilor Franco is correct. It doesn't apply to cow. And I didn't realize Councilor Zeppieri had called the question. I thought he was making a motion to pass the rules.
We have that motion on the floor.
I was making a motion.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. I didn't hear him say he was calling the question.
We have the motion on the floor to approve the rules already, Councilor Zeppieri and Councilor Bumgardner. It's carried over from the last meeting. So what we're looking to do is just come to a vote on this, but I will yield to the discretion of the Rules Committee if they think that that motion is not in order at this time. So then, is there a consensus of the council to vote on this item now?
Yes.
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 So
Is there objection? Is there objection? Let's go this way. Is there objection to voting on this now? How many object?
I had my hand up before you called you're asking this question.
I'm aware of that, Councilor Franco, but I am going with the intent of Councilor Zeppieri and Bumgardner, and I'm trying to see if the council has a consensus to take this to a vote. So I'm asking if there is objection to bring this to a vote. Councilor Franco objects. Are there any other objections?
I object. I think
So
there's
two
people that have
councilors
questions.
object. The rest of the councilors, the other 6 councilors, do you object to taking this to a vote?
No.
No,
Councilor Melendez, Councilor Parker?
I do not.
So it's a consensus of the council to vote on this. And so we have a majority of the council that would like to take a vote on this item at this point. We cannot call the question, but this kind of goes to what Councilor Zeppieri was saying earlier, where when a majority of the council wishes to act on something, we're not able to do so because definitely a minority group of the council is holding the rest of the group from moving forward. So this is why I believe Councilor Zeppieri was speaking before about the items he was discussing. So we certainly, cannot take a motion to move the question, but we do have a consensus of the council to move forward. And I would ask that all councilors would respect that the majority of the council would like to move forward at this point. Councilor Bordelon?
I just think you guys are, no disrespect. I think you're cutting out the middleman, and I think this is, we're cutting our own throats rushing this through. That's all, for the record. I think there's a great product here. I think councilors still had questions. I still have questions here. I was not able to attend your meeting at 5 something. I worked much later, so I have not been able to attend. And some of the stuff that I have written is just directly related to some of the questions that were brought up. So, but if you guys want to go to a vote, I respect it. But I do think that there could be, I don't know. For the purpose of this, the goal was to limit discussion of councilors. And so now to have people respond to it, you're limiting it. So it is what it is. But I do think these will end up coming to hurt down the road. Thank you.
Councilor Franco, you have your hand up?
Yes, I do. So I still have questions left. My motivation for asking questions was taken that I was delaying tactics or whatever whatever another counselor had tried to say about me is not true. I attended their meeting. They did not discuss anything.
Yes, we
I
did.
was not allowed to I was there to participate, and there was nothing for me to discuss with them because they had come up with a whole totally different set of rules. And I did not have a copy. So I had gone there with the intent of trying to work with them and discuss these at their meeting, and it didn't happen. So my next item on the agenda here is that they've changed one of the next rule, which is Rule 8, Section G. And once a matter has been rejected or decided substantially, the same matter may not be the subject of a referral for 12 months.
Please refer to your original. Please refer to the original. It's already in there.
That was added. I did go back to the original. It didn't, or the last, I thought it was the original I went back to. Decided, the word decided was not in there. If it had been rejected, we weren't allowed to take it up for another 12 months. But this one also says decided. So if we didn't make
I'm sorry, Councilor Franco, just to clarify, the section we're talking about now says any subject matter referred to a standing committee, which will result in a proposed ordinance shall, after adequate discussion, not to exceed 60 days, be referred to the COW. I believe that's the section you were on. I apologize if it's not. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Section G.
No, it's
That is
Rules 8.
Rule 8, Section G.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was on 10. I apologize.
Sorry.
8, what is it? 8G. 8G.
I believe we have a motion on the floor, but
We don't have a motion on the floor because we can't move the question in COW. I had asked for all counselors to respect the consensus of the rest of the body.
that's all right. Okay.
Thank
You're right. I apologize.
So the word decided had been added, and it used to be just rejected. So if you are rejecting or deciding on anything, it can't be taken up for another 12 months.
Do you wish to make an amendment, Councilor Franco?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to remove the word or decided in Section G of Rule 8.
A moment, please. 8G. And what is your motion?
I'd like to remove the words or decided.
Is there a second?
Second.
Was that Bordelon?
Yep, I'm always going to let people talk, so yes.
Great.
So if you put in decided, that means that even if we vote in favor of something, we can't discuss it for another 12 months now. That's basically what it's saying. Because we have always had the rule that if it was rejected, we couldn't discuss it again for another 12 months. But now it's stating here, they added in or decided.
Please look at the second part of that. Roman numeral 2, unless the council recommends the referral with 6 votes in favor. So it can come back. You just have to follow the process of majority rule.
So why did
Majority rule would allow that to come back. It's a
Why
great
is
thing.
decided
Majority
added in?
rule is.
Why what?
Why was decided added back in?
Because we went into Robert's rules and that's what it said.
So
Any other discussion on this amendment?
if this is all in Robert's rules, why is it in here?
We were using this as a guide. And that's what that's how it read. And so that's what we put in here.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, we will vote on the amendment to strike the word decided from 8G. All those in favor, please say aye. Franco?
Aye.
Bordelon? Opposed? Raise your hand, please. Obrey? Zeppieri? Bumgardner? Parker? Melendez, how do you vote?
Nay.
Melendez, nay, and Granatosky, nay. 2 in favor, 6 opposed. That motion fails. Again, we are at 11:07. I would ask consensus of the council to take a vote on this.
Agree.
Absolutely.
Councilor Franco has her hand up. Councilor Franco?
On rule number 9, why is D crossed off?
It's not.
In mine, D is crossed out, the letter D.
I think that was probably a typographical error.
Yeah.
No, it's not on the packet that was sent out.
Yeah, it does have a line on it.
Just the letter D. That probably didn't take over. Or
Yeah.
It's not unintentional.
Thank you. That was so noted. All right, again, I would ask the consensus of the council to take a vote on this. It is clear there is a majority that would like to proceed. I would ask that everyone respect the will of the majority of this council.
I don't know.
Also, just
Councilor Bumgardner?
just as an aside, I think when we're addressing counselors, can we not ask why something is? Can we, clarify? There was no malintent behind the line within the D. So just want to make that abundantly clear. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Okay. I will call for a vote on the rules. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Obrey, Zeppieri, Bumgardner. Councilor Bumgardner, do you vote in favor?
Yes.
Councilor Parker, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilor Melendez, how do you vote?
Yay.
Councilor Granatosky is a yay. Councilors opposed? Bordelon, Franco? We have no abstentions. We have 6 in favor of the rules as amended, 2 opposed, 0 abstentions. The rules pass as amended this evening. There's no other business. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Moved by Bumgardner, seconded by Zeppieri. All those in favor of adjournment, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously with 8 counselors. It is 11:09 and we are all set. Thank you, everybody. Honor a veteran tomorrow. Go to a memorial. Talk to your relatives and friends. Thank you very much for your work. Rules Committee, you did an outstanding job.
Thank you, Mayor, for placing faith and confidence in us.
Thank you.
Good
Good
night.
night, everybody.